Testing audio captions. Testing audio captions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
At the front end here.
Do we have the list of EOs and chairs?
I do it off the top of my head.
I think I kind of can too, but
There's no good way. That's not true. There are highlighters. I have, so I know this isn't the best way to do it, but I have the EO and chair listed under every region. If I
perfect.
highlight every
I'll
name,
just,
I
yeah,
use
yeah,
it.
yeah, easily. Thank you. I just,
Sorry about that.
no, it's okay. And I think, it's like region 1 is
Do you
Valerie,
want me to highlight the people that are here? Or you want to just acknowledge everybody?
acknowledge everyone.
Okay. This highlighter's dying. I got more upstairs. No, I'm not making you go back upstairs.
As long as it's marked, where it's at,
Good
my
enough,
eye,
right?
my eye can
It's
go
the
to it.
first two names under it.
Yeah, my eye can go to it.
All right, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Microphone on to or it's still. It's on. All right, everyone. Let's, I know we're about 10 minutes past when we said we'd start, so if we can start to wind down conversations and take a seat. All right, everyone. Let's start to wind down our conversations and take a seat. All right. Good morning, everyone. Really glad and such a pleasure to see everyone here. This is the yearly meeting of the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, a meeting of all the water board's members here within the state. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. For those of you that know, I'm chair here at the State Water Resources Control Board. Good to see actually so many new faces. I know we have a number of new members. So whether you're a returning member here serving for years or here a new member, just welcome and such an honor to be able to MC this day and a half all together. A few housekeeping notes here at the top. There are name tags in the back in case you hadn't seen. Please do help yourself to refreshments. There's coffee, we have water, snacks. We ask a $10 donation in order to help support the food here, and you can provide that to Meredith. And also, I want to acknowledge here that we have QR codes on the tables. And so throughout this convening, we're using Slido in order to kind of facilitate some of our questions or discussion. So at any point during the day and a half, if you have a question, if you want have a comment even amongst it and want to interject it, do so at any moment. It can help enrich our discussion here. I'll be monitoring that. Folks will be able to see it. So that we can get some interaction and not have to just kind of wait to like a comment period, if you will, on any of our items. There also are agendas that are printed in the back. For those of you joining us virtually, this is a hybrid meeting, so we have about 45 folks here in the room with us here, and then about 20 or so, I believe, joining us virtually this year. That QR code and the link was actually emailed out to everyone as well. So feel free to pull up Slido, be on there, again, ask questions. As an icebreaker, actually, I'll go ahead and here in a moment put up on there a poll for a word cloud, and worth kind of just checking in. I know there is a lot going on, and really want to be able to kind of take the mood of the room. So it's you'll be asked for kind of like a one-word sentiment on how you feel the year is going, or how you feel this year, if you were to encapsulate it into a word, what it would be. So that'll be coming up here momentarily as I get back to my tablet. But before I do want to introduce and acknowledge that we have here Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo from the State Water Resources Control Board, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. And so just thank the other board members for being here as well. And additionally, want to acknowledge here the chairs and the executive officers of the regions that are all attending this morning. From Region 1, we have Valerie Quinto and Hector Bedolla. And actually, this is a combination of folks here in person and also joining us virtually. From Region 2, we have Eileen White and Alexis Strauss-Hacker. From Region 3, we have Ryan Lodge, the executive officer, and the chair, Jane Gray. From Region 4, we have the executive officer, Susana Arredondo, and with David Nahai as chair. From Region 5, we have Patrick Palupa and Nick Avidis as chair. Want to make sure I get everyone's names right. I'll go to Region 6, the current AEO, Ben Linton, and Ezra Mostolfani. I apologize for messing up the last name. And I have to acknowledge here, as we actually talk about Region 6, that as many of you may know, we recently lost our executive officer in Region 6, Mike Plasiak. Ben has stepped up into the role. We'll come back here as I acknowledge the rest of the regions to just have a moment to talk about Mike and his leadership. I'll invite Ben up to be able to speak to that. In the Colorado River Regional Board, we have Mike Plasencia as the executive officer and Vivian Perez. Region 8, we have Jane Joy, our executive officer, and Chair Chris Murray. And Region 9, David Gibson, executive officer, and current chair Gary Strawn. I know that, as public servants, we give ourselves a lot to these roles and this work, and it's always a pleasure being able to work with such dedicated folks. Mike was easily one of those, was very fortunate to see his leadership in the region come in at a time that was certainly very needed.
And his passing is, I know, a weight on the region and a weight on the rest of the regional boards and water boards family here as well. So invite Ben to come up here, say a few words. And thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Joaquin. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ben Letton. I'm the acting AEO and acting EO and have been now off and on for a few years while Mike was ill. Mike passed away on April 10th, just a few days ago, and he had been battling cancer, lymphoma for a couple of years. We had a service yesterday in South Lake Tahoe, the Catholic Church, and then a get together with staff and friends and the family. That was real nice. Mike was just an exceptional leader who was incredibly dedicated to the mission of the Water Board. I mean, I've been working for the Water Board for, I think, close to 18 years, and it was top-notch, next-level dedication to the mission. He worked for the Water Board from 1995 until 2016 in our Victorville office in Region 6. Then he went to the East Coast briefly and worked in the wind industry, actually, and then came back in 2020 as the Assistant Executive Officer and promoted to Executive Officer that same fall. So I had the pleasure of working with Mike for about 4 or 5 years. And he was just exceptional in all areas and one of the best bosses and a real friend to me as well. He was also a really decorated military veteran. He was in the Marine Corps from 1995 until about 2015. He was in Iraq, Afghanistan, all over the world as an intelligence officer. And it overlapped with his employment with the Water Board. He was able to take leave to go represent our country. And his dedication to the country was as strong as it was to the water boards in all areas. He was a father, a husband, a boss, a colleague, and again, a good friend. He really left a lasting mark on the water board. If you had a chance to know Mike or work with him, he was just an all-around great guy. And he really helped us, like Joaquin said, in a time where our region needed the most in terms of strong leadership. He was a transformative leader, and I put together this little slide. I've been showing it at some of the all-staff meetings I've been hosting lately. And what's cool about Mike was that he walked the walk and the talk. He's helped establish a lot of organizational values and leadership values for us, and that was really integrated into, how his work every day. He also was a visionary with a human touch. I think what the lasting thing about Mike was that he made you feel good, and he took the time to talk to you. No matter what level in the organization you were. It wasn't so much about what we did, but how we made people feel. And that's the way that, you end up getting major accomplishments and things accomplished in this agency. He was a true team builder. He was incredibly humble, yet decisive when he needed to be. And he just led with an extreme amount of integrity and emotional intelligence, which is all you can really ask for. So, he's going to be missed. And I just want to, Mike, your legacy at Region 6 will live on forever. Oh, one other thing. Our board chair is online, Esra Mostafavi. Is there ability to get her right now?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, and we can see you
Okay,
here
beautiful.
as well. Thank you.
Beautiful. Well, good morning. I'm Esra, chair of the Lahontan Board. Many of you knew our late executive officer, Mike Plaziak. I had a moment with Mike in early spring of 2024, pulled over on Winding Route 89 near Markleeville. Phone pressed to my ear as reception faded. I had just shared the difficult news of my mother's cancer recurrence and that I would be in the Bay Area to take care of her. Mike, ever pragmatic, met my vulnerability with a surprising affirmation. He said, "Esra, there is a journey here for you, and you are exactly where you need to be." Coming from a Marine, the insightfulness and sensitivity of this statement caught me off guard. And beneath this unexpected sentiment was the most profound understanding. He too was facing a fierce recurrence of his own cancer. His words weren't just comforting, they were a quiet acknowledgement of shared pain and an invitation to find meaning in it. Mike led Lahontan with insightful vision and dedication. His commitment to protecting our precious water resources and his respect for each of his colleagues will forever inspire us. Just this week, Mike's wife shared something with me. Mike was honored to work for the agency and truly appreciated everyone at the board and all of his staff. He wanted to keep working until his last breath. We will always cherish Mike's memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Really appreciate those words, and thank you as well, Ben. Mike's passing is still very fresh, I know, and so wanted to take this moment here at the top of the meeting to acknowledge his work and leadership, which is in kind to, I know, all the work and leadership we all continue to put into this role. So just a quick moment of silence. Thank you. All right. I have gone ahead and the Slido question, it should be up. And so if folks want to kind of encapsulate into a word the way they're feeling about this year, either how it's gone so far or how they're feeling going into it, we can kind of check the mood of the room a bit, if you will, as we move into what is our first item here, which is a presentation or a discussion here with the governor's office and Cal EPA leadership. So we're very fortunate to be joined this morning by Bianca Sievers, the Deputy Cabinet Secretary in the Governor's Office, handling water issues. We're also joined by Megan Meckelberg, who's the Deputy Appointments Secretary in the Governor's Office, working along with Morgan Carvajal. She sends her regrets. I know she was unable to make it today, but we're really glad Megan's here with us to be able to represent the Appointments Office. And we're also joined by Anna Neymark, our Deputy Secretary for Water and Special Counsel. Invite Megan and Anna to go ahead and come on up here. And I know Bianca is going to be joining us here virtually as well.
Thanks, Joaquin. Can you hear
Thank
me?
you. We can, and we can see you here. Good to see you this morning, Bianca.
Good to see
If you'd
you.
like to kick us off. I know there is so much going on, and so it's really just a pleasure to be able to have you joining us here to give your perspective, kind of what you're seeing. And here we have all gathered in part in person our water boards members from the regions and the state. So good to have you with us.
Thank you. Well, thanks for inviting me. And, I got a little bit of time to kind of sneak a peek of what's happening in the room. And it looks like you're having a good time in there. So I'm certainly jealous that I'm not there in person. But in an essence of getting through what I hope to talk about quickly, because I do have a time crunch at 10:30, I have to jet, but I just want to dive right into it. I think the governor's office is really orienting ourselves towards what we can get accomplished by the end of this administration. And maybe a number of you have heard about kind of this illustrious OKRs drill or objectives and key results, but essentially it's what I like to think about as a strategic plan to the end of the administration. And so I've been working with your leadership at Cal EPA and also at the state board to come up with some metrics and objectives as we march towards the end of 2026. And I think, just reflecting on our list of key things that we need to get done, there's a lot happening at the water board. And I can only echo what Joaquin has said earlier, which is we are relying on your leadership and your commitment to pushing the ambitious water agenda to the finish line. And so I wanted to run through a little bit with you all, just some of the things that are top of mind for the governor and also things that I'm actively tracking in this role. So one, I think a big visionary statement that the governor really kind of holds as his North Star is it for the water portfolio is to keep water safe and reliable in a changing climate. And, I think where that plays out for the water board, especially, is in our drinking water space. And I know we have a very strong objective to deliver clean and safe drinking water to 1.1 million more Californians. And two of the key objectives that we're really looking at and tracking towards the end of 2026 would be, one, we want to get 90% of community and school water systems that were failing in 2019 back into compliance by 2030. And so what that means is we've kind of broke that down into two discrete actions, which is by 2025, the water board will return 42 systems to compliance, and then by 2026, an additional 40 systems. And so those are some goals that we have there. We also are looking by the end of 2026 to bring about 67% or 254 of the state's 380 failing water systems into compliance with federal and state drinking water standards. So I'm just sharing with you all some items that we're kind of orienting ourselves around to keep us accountable as we, the runway here is closing on us. And so, another thing that we're really looking at in the governor's office is, and that's at the forefront of the state board, is the Bay Delta Plan update. And also, I'm sure you've heard the governor be pretty vocal about his support for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And so, I think this is something that we've been, as the governor's office, been working closely with water board staff to get briefed on progress, outstanding issues, and projected schedule. And we're tracking this very closely. And I think this as a goal to advance prior to the end of this administration is something that really builds our credibility as a state to be operating under the best available science. And so that's definitely top of mind and something that we see in the governor's office as a top priority that we're tracking towards the end of this administration. I also want to mention, when it comes to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and our efforts there, we're really trying to promote groundwater recharge. I'm sure many of you saw the governor put out an executive order earlier this year during some of the atmospheric rivers and storms that had occurred, really as an opportunity to take advantage of every opportunity to maximize our groundwater supplies. And in addition, the governor's office has been working with state board leadership as well as Department of Water Resources leadership to consider potential streamlining concepts and efforts to explore ways in which we could expedite kind of the application and permit processes for temporary groundwater recharge projects to happen within a shorter time frame. And so that's something that's been really top of mind as well. I think you've heard maybe in the governor's podcast or in other spaces, but he's really leaning in right now on streamlining and efficiency efforts. And so what we're doing with your leadership is really exploring avenues where we can continue to make sure that our efforts of pushing for a sustainable water future is not hindered down by process. And how can we make sure that we are providing that customer service without kind of tying our own hands in doing so. I would also say another big thing that we're tracking right now is the Delta Conveyance Project. I know that we're currently in active a water rights hearing, and so I can't really comment too much on that, but know that the governor has been very expressive and even sent a letter, I think earlier this year in February, really expressing that he sees the Delta Conveyance Project as the most important climate adaptation project we could undertake for future Californians. And, that really resonates with me as something that, as an administration and as someone in this role, we are really pushing to get the Delta Conveyance as far as we can by the end of this administration, really with that kind of vision statement of pushing towards getting as much permitting and securing funding as much as possible so that we are teeing up for the next governor really a project that's ready to be implemented as shovel ready. I think another thing that we're also tracking is sites reservoir project. I think as many of you know, if it was in place, it would hold up to 1.5 million acre feet in storage, which would be enough to supply about 4.5 million households in a year. The governor has done quite a bit here. I think recently he signed SB 149, which last year qualified, which allowed for infrastructure projects for judicial streamlining under CEQA. This is an example of him kind of leaning in and thinking about ways in which we're cutting red tape. We see that as a vehicle to save months or years in litigation delays. I think that this is something we're going to continue to track, and it's also right now at the Water Board in its own water rights hearing. So we're looking at that, and we're also tracking that they'll eventually be coming back to the Water Board for their 401 permit. And so, as I kind of go through a number of these things that are on the list of to-dos, a lot of them are kind of falling in the jurisdiction and of the Water Board. And, I think what's important to know is that we're kind of in this era of, I don't know, I'd like to frame it as the closers. We're really at a stage where the governor's office and the governor has been pretty clear on, what are the items that we'd like to bring to close. And I think it's a time in which I see me coming into this role as recently as December. Like, that's my goal, is to work with you all as a partner in getting this stuff done, or getting as close as we can, and really driving towards outcomes and solutions. And so I know that I don't have a lot of time today to talk and take any questions. I do have another meeting at this point that I have to jump to. But I wanted to just convey to this group that I super appreciate everything that you're doing. I appreciate Joaquin's leadership and inviting me today. I wish I had more time to kind of talk with you all and answer questions. But maybe, Joaquin, I'll try after this next meeting to hop back on and see if there's a little bit of an opportunity. But I just appreciate the time to talk to you all, and thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your leadership, Bianca. Thank you for joining us here this morning, providing some words and insight into the priorities in the GO. And just thanks. I know, and for all of us, it's just a critical time. There's a lot going on. And so, your continued support and work is just really appreciated. So thank you, and really appreciate you being able to join us this morning.
Thank you.
All right. I'll hand things over to Megan now. Good morning, Megan. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is Megan Muckelberg. I'm a deputy appointment secretary in the governor's office. And as Joaquin said, Morgan is very sad that she cannot be here. I'm sure you all know her much better than me. But I know a few of your faces. I think I was a part of some of your reappointment check-ins. So it's good to see those of you who I have met before. I'm going to keep mine short and would be happy to take questions because I'm sure that will probably be more valuable in this. But I think I do want to echo a lot of what Bianca has said, which is that we are so appreciative of the work that you all do. We know that the Water Board is not an easy task. It is one of our heavier workload, opportunities. And so we really do appreciate all of the work that you put in to, each and every meeting that you're preparing for, and the many, many hours that you put into it outside of those meetings. As Bianca said, the governor's office, as I'm sure you have gotten a sense of from that conversation, we're really looking at the end of 2026 and what we can accomplish. But as many of you know, you will likely outlast the governor. You have terms that will extend past 2026. And so, really appreciate the fact that you are going to help, even after the Newsom administration is gone, in accomplishing some of these goals. So really just want to thank you. And again, happy to chat a little bit. I know many of you are up for reappointment here in the next few months. So I think if you are up for reappointment, hopefully got an email from Morgan's assistant, Cece, who has tried to, set up those check-ins. If you haven't heard from us, definitely let us know. But I think that everyone has, and just know that we track this very closely. We're not going to let anyone, as we say in our world, fall off. And just a reminder that your expiration date is not the day that you are no longer a member. There's about 60 days after that date in which you can continue to serve while we work out the reappointment. So like I said, happy to take questions at the appropriate time, but just thanks so much for letting me be here.
Thank you, Megan. I know how busy things are, and to your point, fully appointed between the state board and the regional boards, we're 68 individuals here within the state, and so the machine that appointments needs to keep going in order to just stay on top of all those appointments, help you all shepherd through, and then find new folks as folks transition out is quite an endeavor. And so I know for us, the thanks continues to pour because of just you all stepping up into your leadership roles. But as we all know, for all of us, we're in these positions temporarily. And so part of it as well is finding new folks to come into the water board's family, explain the work, and help bridge what is a lot of institutional knowledge I know we have from a lot of our longstanding and serving folks here within the institution. So huge thanks, Megan. And again, no small task, I know, to keep on top of all of our appointments. So thank you.
Of course.
Hand things over to Anna Neymark. Good to see you this morning, Ms. Neymark.
Good morning, Chair. And good morning, everybody. It's so great to be here. I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of you, either through the appointment process or through work or trips. There are still some of you I have not had the chance to meet. So I hope that I get to do so soon. For those of you I haven't met, I am Anna Neymark. I'm the Deputy Secretary and Special Counsel for Water Policy. I'm not sure I can ever get my title quite right. So usually just call me Anna. And I just want to start off, it was a really touching tribute to Mike Plesiak. I didn't really know him very well, but clearly a great example of leadership that we can all follow. So I just really appreciated taking that moment to acknowledge him and his role in the state, and just as a human, and a good reminder of how our kindness to each other, our emotional intelligence, especially in these kind of challenging times, is really vital. So thank you for that. I also just want to thank everybody who came today, traveling from all over the state. You guys are very purposefully not near Sacramento, most of you. You're spread out everywhere. We always try and get geographic diversity. Thank you, appointments. Not an easy task. So thanks for being here. It's really great to see people in person. And I want to thank the organizers too. I know that's also not an easy task. And on behalf of the Secretary and Cali PA, I want to thank all of you for your service as board members, as executive officers. Your leadership day in and day out is what makes sure communities have access to clean drinking water, protecting our waterways, accelerating our work to address climate crisis, to make sure that I can jump in a river and swim in it and not feel scared to do that. So that is something I personally really appreciate. The water board's portfolio is so broad. I don't really have the time to thank everybody for everything, but just really want to acknowledge the work folks have been doing on HABs. This is an emerging and really important issue, obviously one you guys will dig into today. So just thank you. I think it's, I think San Francisco knows all too well that it's one that can just kind of pop up and take over everything. So really grateful for everybody's work on that. Also, huge thank you to everybody on the wildfire and recovery work. This includes recent response to the LA fires by the LA Regional Board, which has been a huge lift. and Division of Drinking Water Emergency Management Program. I think it's been kind of across the board. Also, huge thanks to the regions that unfortunately came before and provided really good lessons learned for the LA work, who had done important work in all of our communities. North Coast, Central Valley. Unfortunately, wildfire has touched too many of us, Lahontan. But the regional boards play really important roles in our recovery work. And so, those efforts are really seen and deeply appreciated by me and by the secretary. As regional board members, you serve, as Bianca said, as Megan said, you serve as important proxies for the governor. And I really want to emphasize the importance of this. Without your ongoing incorporation of the governor's priorities, his vision couldn't be achieved. I mean, from permitting key infrastructure, cleaning up legacy sites for redevelopment, protecting our vital water resources, and you're doing so while balancing really challenging factors, sometimes conflicting factors like public health, environmental protection, affordability. You were really all vital parts of this administration. And as we face our last years in office, I think it's really important that we see those priorities through. I think that's been reflected in Bianca's remarks as well. The governor's certainly not slowing down. And so I think we need to continue to push to make sure we're realizing the administration's vision. And that's easier said than done. I think you all operate in these sometimes really big picture areas, sometimes really kind of niche things that are specific to your regions. And so if you ever have questions about how your work fits into the broader landscape, I know I'll always happily make myself available. Each of the regions has a board member liaison. I know they're happy to make themselves available just to make sure that, you guys as puzzle pieces of the broader administration priorities puzzle, we're all kind of fitting together in a way we want to continue to do that. And, kind of back to fire work, that's been a huge priority for us at the beginning of this year, unexpectedly. And, in light of the sort of increasing frequency and intensity of fires, the governor issued an emergency proclamation on March 1st. And the proclamation does 3 key things to expedite projects that will help address the severe and ongoing risk of these catastrophic fires. First, it directed Secretary Garcia and Secretary Crowfoot to submit to the governor by yesterday, actually, recommendations on how to get more beneficial fire on the ground. Second, it directed the Board of Forestry in coordination with water boards and others to improve the expansion of the Cal VTP, which is something I think a lot of you are familiar with. Cal VTP, with support of the regional boards, has approved large, complex vegetation treatment projects to happen on hundreds of thousands of acres of land. And third, and I think most relevant today and for all of you, is it granted Secretary Garcia and Secretary Crowfoot the authority to suspend a range of regulatory requirements to fast track wildfire safety projects. So that includes suspensions to the water code related to water quality certifications and waste discharge requirements. It also suspended CEQA, the Coastal Act, and several other statutes and regulations. So, however, to sort of receive one of these secretarial suspensions, as we call them, the fuels projects must meet a series of best management practices. And those BMPs are outlined in the statewide fuels reduction environmental protection plan, which was really built off of a lot of the work that folks had already done and a lot of the Cal VTP work. So that is work that comes from all of your regions who are dealing with fuels management and really kind of helped feed into and inform how we're making sure that while these projects are expediting fuels reduction, that they're still providing necessary protections for our communities and public health and the environment. And this is not a new process. We've used it since 2018 in the Camp Fire, and we've sort of continued to use it in the sort of years since, especially on debris removal activities. We've received 24, I think, the last count, secretarial suspension requests, and we just opened in mid-April. So I think we anticipate a lot. I think we'll probably see hundreds over the course of this. Then this is really a top priority. So we'll continue to manage this. And obviously this kind of impacts all of your regions as we are continuing to kind of suspend these laws and require these BMPs in an area maybe you would have sort of otherwise had some oversight over. Another big focus on this time of year is budget. I know you'll get more into the details later today with Ryan, I think. We're in the midst of, our budget process coming up on May revise. We anticipate that the budget will include the first year of a multi-year expenditure plan of the $10 billion climate bond, or Prop 4 that was authorized in November. And it funds $1.1 billion for the state board to support and enhance our ongoing work on drinking water, water recycling, water quality, stormwater capture, to ensure that we are sort of building the infrastructure now we need to be climate resilient in the future. So this is also stuff you guys will all see in the regions as you're doing permitting for some of this work, and partnering with localities on how to do stormwater management. And so we hope that this money can be used as an effective carrot in a world where sometimes we feel like we just have a lot of sticks. This is obviously fantastic and a great opportunity for us, but I should acknowledge that we're still facing tough fiscal times. I know all of your priorities were not included in our January budget. And I know that we've all been feeling the impacts of vacancy sweeps and the 8% reduction. I kind of anticipate we'll continue to have challenging fiscal time. And we just really appreciate your partnership as we navigate this. I know that it's not easy. And I know that staff at the regions, feel challenged by all of this. They're being asked to do more with less. We're telling you, keep up the pressure, but also do so with less staff. Also come back into the office 4 days a week. We know that's a lot. And I just want to really acknowledge that and appreciate your leadership in making sure we're doing this in the most effective and efficient way possible. And I'll just wrap up by highlighting a few recent appointments at Cali, PA. Brandy Hunt recently joined as our Deputy Secretary for Fiscal Policy and Administration. She comes from Cal Recycle, so she'll help on budget administrative matters. Marlene De La O has not started. I have not met her, but excited to, and she's going to join us as our Deputy Secretary for Public Policy. So she'll be working on Cal Recycle and DPR. Some of our titles are ambiguous in nature. It's unclear what they work on. And Sophia Carrillo, who will join as our Assistant General Counsel for Enforcement. So we're super excited about that. So I've definitely been going on too long, but I just really want to thank you all for all of your work. As Megan said, I think everybody recognizes these are really challenging positions, really hard work. We ask a lot of everybody in this room. So thank you, and really great to be here together today.
Thank you, Anna, and not too long at all because there is a ton going on. And so just really appreciative of the partnership, certainly with you and Cali, PA, and navigating what is, especially the start of this year, it felt like we just really got thrown into it between wildfires, between the change in federal administration and all the chaos that has stemmed from that, and trying to keep just track of everything. So it definitely takes a village here all amongst us, and you're such a critical member of that village. So just thank you, Anna. We do have a couple of typed questions. Megan, this comes from folks for regional boards with vacancies and quorum concerns. How best can folks support the appointments office?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And also acknowledge that can be a tough position. So appreciate all that you do to try to be there in person and to make ensure that quorum is met. I think the best thing that we appreciate, is ideas. Honestly, sometimes it can be difficult to identify, folks who have the time and capacity and alignment in order to, take on these roles. So, as Anna mentioned, we do look for a lot of things in our appointments, right? We are looking for diversity in all the different ways, particularly regional diversity for these regional boards. So really ensuring that we're, looking at where do we have voices regionally? Where are the gaps, and who is not sitting at the table? So that's really kind of the ethos, not just for the water boards, but for also appointments in general. And so I think, sharing names of folks that you think could be good additions to the board with Morgan, and encouraging those folks to apply through the appointments website. I will just put in a plug that we actually just launched a new website that is a bit bit more updated and is going to give us actually more ability to pull from anyone who's ever applied for an appointment by region and be able to really identify, who could be a good potential appointee there as well. So we're excited about that systemic change that will go into the next administration. And then the next administration will have access to all of the folks, all of you all who have applied, and all the other folks who have applied as well. So I think, again, sharing names, plugging in your community, this opportunity, and then, like I said, just sharing that with us in the appointments unit, and also just realize, we do, as the chair mentioned, there's so many appointments that we're working on all the time, and so we're always looking at where are the quorum problems, where are the opportunities to appoint folks, but there are a lot of priorities all the time, so we're managing, and just appreciate your patience as we kind of work through that.
Thank you for that, Megan. Anna, just a shout out, big thanks for the coordination on fuels reduction from Region 1. We appreciate the Secretary's consideration of the region's perspective, so got a shout out there. We have a question here asking if we can discuss federal efforts to roll back state regulations exceeding federal standards and our response status. I don't know if, Anna, you have any insight there. Again, I know it's, what's been difficult certainly is that there's often bluff and bluster as to what the administration is attempting to do, and understanding what's a real threat amongst it and what we need to be responding in kind, or taking a step back and allowing the courts to come in and save us a bit has been a bit of the balance. But I don't know if, Anna, you have any insights for folks or on how I know it's a topic certainly of continued discussion at the executive level and others, but any thought?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenging question, and I have an imperfect answer, which is, I think the most important thing is we're continuing to move forward with our priorities, and those are not changing. And we are taking things one step at a time. As Joaquin said, there's been a lot of communications on the part of the federal government. We haven't always seen that follow through there. I think we're staying diligent and mindful about where we are when we have to, engaging in litigation, as what happened with some of the sort of funding freezes that happened. It's an imperfect situation, but the other thing I'll note is, we still have a lot of federal partners, and I think we need to kind of continue to maintain those partnerships as best we can. I mean, forestry is an area where that really comes up. We have a lot of federal lands in California. So, there's no easy answer to that. But I think what is most important is that we're very lucky here in California to have really strong foundational laws and, leadership where we can keep pursuing the priorities that we think matter most.
And Joaquin, if I can, just for the board members.
Yes, please.
That will be one of the topics for the legal session this afternoon, just so that we can give you a little bit of lay of the land of what's been playing out, at least to the extent that we can in a public meeting. So if you have further questions on that, we can take Anna off the hot seat and we'll discuss it during the legal session this afternoon.
Thank you for both of you for that response. And forgot, and I'm sorry, I'm sometimes moving a little too quickly here in the morning. Did want to acknowledge our leadership here from the State Water Board as well. Our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, is here. Our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus, and now Eric Ekdahl, who recently came on board, and really appreciative, Eric. I think this is your first day, second day. It's the second day. And just and of course our Chief Counsel Michael Offer, who you'll be hearing from later during our legal update. So thank you for that, Michael. Thank you for jumping in, Anna. We have about 5 more minutes here left of this session. If there is any question here that folks want to throw out, and do appreciate people using Slido as well. It helps to be able to organize and get through questions. But if there's anything folks want to ask a question of now, we have a moment. And if not, we can actually have be a little ahead on our schedule as well. All right. Well, great. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Anna. Thank you again, Bianca, in absence. Really appreciate the leadership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. As we transition to our first issue panel here, which will be around harmful algal blooms, let's go ahead and pull up the word cloud to get a sense of how people are feeling. If this year were a word, where are we? And
challenging certainly jumps out amongst the words that folks are looking at: uncertain, tumultuous, weird, dynamic, extraordinary, dumbfounding, renewal, essential. I agree with many of these. It's we're certainly in a time of continued importance of the work the water boards are doing, and a time of change when we think about the federal government. We'll give a moment here for our panelists to go ahead and come up, and then we can get started. All right, everyone. So when we were trying to decide, what topics best, it's hard, 9 regions, very different geographically. So just a whole spread of issues. Some regions deal with issues that other regions don't. But when it comes to a warming climate and the nutrient inputs that are in our systems and the increase that we've seen in harmful algal blooms, it's hit pretty much every region. And so I think this is really a timely discussion. There's been a lot of great work going on at the regions and at the state board. And so without further ado, I'll just hand things over to Karen Mogus to introduce the panel and the topic.
Thanks, Joaquin. And good morning, everyone. It's really great to see you all in person. My new mantra for the year is expect good things to happen, and try to keep that positive attitude. And I'm just really thrilled to see you all here, and it's a good thing to see you all here. So I'm Karen Mogus, Chief Deputy Director for the last year here at the State Water Board, and I have a long career already in the water board. I spent 10 years at the Central Valley Board, so I have some perspective of where you all are coming from the regions, and then worked in Office of Information Management and Analysis, the Division of Drinking Water when it first came over, spent 8 years as Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality, and now as in my new role as the Chief Deputy Director. So really happy to see you all. And for those of you who don't know me, you now know a little bit more about me, and I look forward to having a chance to chat with you. I'm going to tee up this item today and just start with, we have, as Joaquin mentioned, huge impacts associated with excess nutrients in the state of California. From eutrophication that causes low dissolved oxygen and fish kills, Bay Area being a big one recently, harmful algal blooms that are toxic and cause aesthetic problems, changes in ecosystems, drinking water contamination, and then just generally the economic impact associated with all of that, from impacts to recreation and tourism, to fisheries, to the cost of treatment and cleanup. So with all of those impacts, you'd think we would have gotten this solved by now, right? Why is this so hard? And part of the problem is we are all a source of nutrients, in case you hadn't thought about that before. And it's really, really expensive to remove nutrients from wastewater, and causes all other kinds of issues, like when we try to recycle water and remove nutrients and salts, we have a brine that we need to deal with as well. So the other issue, of course, is that nutrient application also created a thriving food production across California and across the nation, and increases crop yields and quality, enhances soil fertility, and support for food security across the state as well as the nation and across the world. And not only that, but climate change exacerbates the problems that exist when it comes to excess nutrients. So it's a really sticky problem that we've been working on for many, many years. And we have started to put solutions in as part of TMDLs and other cleanup programs, but it's a big problem and it continues to get worse. So this has been a big priority for the state board over the last several years in their strategic work plan to deal with nutrients from the freshwater and marine side, as well as just generally figuring out what to do about harmful algal blooms. So today I want to introduce our panel that we really need to get together more frequently and meaningfully to come and coordinate the efforts that are going on across the water boards, from state board, different divisions and offices, as well as the regional boards, to really make progress on this issue. So we have Greg Gearhart here from Office of Information Management and Analysis. He's going to talk about trends in harmful algal blooms and the monitoring efforts that are going on. We have Nick Martirano from the Division of Water Quality, who's going to talk about freshwater and marine standards development. We have, and I'm not going to try your last name, Laura from the Division of Water Rights. She can say her own last name when we get to her, to talk about what's going on in the Delta and the harmful algal bloom issues there. Then we have Meredith Howard from Region 5 and, sorry, I've known you for a million years, Janice Cook, also from Region 5, to talk about the efforts that are going on in one among, of course, 9 regions across the state. And then finally, we have Sydney Little and Sarah, I'm going to mess yours too. So from Division of Drinking Water, sort of on the user side of the issues related to contamination from nutrients. And so with that, I'm going to hand it to Greg Gearhart to tee it up, and I'm going to just kind of fade into the background and let you guys all deal with all of the zinger questions, because I know you're holding them all back because you didn't have any for Anna or Megan. So with that, Greg, please.
Thank you, Karen. Hi, everyone. Greg Gearhart. I'm Deputy Director for Information Management Analysis at State Board. Also, long career, worked at San Diego Board, San Francisco Board, and State Board now for 30 plus years. So it's great to see you all. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of new ones. And I'm here to help set the table. Luckily, you're not eating cyanobacteria for lunch. That's just a metaphor. But we are here to talk about the bigger issue of the problem. So next slide, please. A couple of things. We're going to break down, deconstruct this harmful algal bloom phrase, and I'm going to start with algal. So algal refers to the fact that these are algae-like organisms. So we have cyanobacteria as being the main actor in what we call harmful algal blooms in freshwater and estuarine waters in California. We also have true algae, and then there's diatoms in the marine environment that we won't really talk about much on our end. But that's the algal part. And so these are naturally occurring organisms that have been around for time immemorial, so to speak, and they are always there, and they're doing important functions and providing services to our society as well as to the ecosystems. And so they're not evil, they're not the polluter, they're not the discharger in our model, in our sort of conceptual model that we often use. And so this is part of the puzzle of dealing with this set of challenges. Next term is bloom. We had a bloom event on our panel. I noticed that we're now like the largest panel you'll probably see today. But what that really means is when the conditions are important to sort of represent and stand up, these organisms go to town. So when good conditions, like, for example, warm temperatures, lots of food, they start growing like crazy. And when they start growing like crazy, so do their community members. And when they have lots of competition, they use toxins to try to control and drive their interest, so to speak, in their quest to survive and to reproduce. So bloom is really a very normal thing that happens too, and it probably has happened again since the beginning of cyanobacteria on this planet. And so the next term to sort of deconstruct is this harmful idea. So how do we intersect with this, and why do we consider it so harmful? Well, there's lots of impacts. The obvious ones are impacts to recreational use, whether you're water contact yourself or whether you bring in your dog and watching someone else sort of interact with the water. Your ability to enjoy that use is affected by these harmful algal blooms, as well as impacts to livestock, impacts to wildlife, impacts to drinking water potentially. We haven't really had breakthrough in our state yet, but it's happened. And actually, a quick anecdote going back to the joke about eating it. My dad was a professor at Humboldt State, and he worked on a case at Klamath Lake. A student at University of Oregon had been consuming a product that was made from cyanobacteria, and they had a liver failure. And so there was this quest to try to understand this back in the 70s and 80s in California. So we do have human health impacts anecdotally as well as some documented cases. So this is a really important thing, and it's in many people's minds and eyes, it's happening more prevalently, more impact associated with these bloom events. And again, the frequency is increasing in many people's minds. And so my job as the information and data lead is to try to understand and turn that into information, actionable information. So next slide, please. This complexity of how the ecosystem works and this topic intersects with it and them, the different ecosystems, is the point of this slide. So we're here to talk about primarily freshwater and estuarine. Estuaries, as we know, are these interfaces, these transitional zones between marine and freshwater environments. And so the fact that we have blooms in freshwater, it's not surprising that they happen in estuarine. That said, many of the things that you hear about in the news recently with red tide, those are not cyanobacteria, and those are not the same organism. They're driven by many of the same large factors and drivers, but they're different. And so this idea of where does our waterborne and energy intersect the most, it's in this freshwater and estuarine zone. More and more, I will say more and more so recently in the estuarine zone. Traditionally, this seemed like it was mostly a freshwater harmful algal bloom program. Maybe 10, 15 years ago when the California Cyano Hab network, CC Hab, was created and then became a part of the Monitoring Council, they were looking largely at freshwater systems. They were looking like it was driven by folks in the Klamath system and other parts of the state that were looking at freshwater impacts. What we have now, and sorry, I'm not looking around as much. What we have now is a sort of like statewide effect on a lot of freshwater systems, and it's coming down into our watersheds to impact these estuarine systems like the San Francisco Bay and Delta Estuary, many other estuaries and bays as well. Next slide, please. Actually, can you go back a slide? Apologies. I do want to point out that there are two basic types of these freshwater blooms, and they differ somewhat significantly in terms of their risk model and how we approach them. There's benthic blooms, which are on the bottom. They basically are on that surface, that interface between the water, the rocks, the water, the sediment. And these are mats. These are benthic mats that you may have seen when you go to creeks, rivers, and what have you. And then there's planktonic, which are floating. So plankton means it's sort of up on top, it's floating. These are, again, visible in a different way. They don't often look like a mat, but they often have that sort of fluorescent green, fluorescent color, bright or yellowy colors that look like they're maybe even in the water column themselves, but it sort of glows. The water kinds of glows. So the fact that there's two different mechanisms that these events occur within and present themselves to us makes it challenging for us to both identify and confirm and validate that it's happening, as well as address the risks associated with it. And I'll get into that in a second. Next slide, please. So this is my attempt at trying to describe beneficial uses and how they intersect. It's really busy. I hope you have access to these slides. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but the point is there's quite a few beneficial uses that we think could be considered impacted directly by harmful algal bloom. One column talks about and sorry, I actually have an eye condition, so I can't even read that. Yeah, so one part talks about who's affected. So, is it humans, wildlife, what have you? Exposure routes is the next one. Thank you. And exposure routes is really important to understand, especially as we're trying to address tribal beneficial uses, tribal cultural practices, and how their communities intersect with these kinds of events and occurrences and impacts. And then the last bit is getting at my back of the envelope estimate of number of users impacted. And I want to say there's a lot of debate going on within the water board right now about one of these uses in particular. I will sort of assert that it's my opinion that Rec 2 is the most, the non-contact water recreation is the most used beneficial use in California. We have 40 million residents and 50 million visitors a year. And I would bet that 90% of those folks all enjoy a non-contact water recreation use once a year at least. Whether that's impacted by a harmful algal bloom or not is a question that we need to answer with more monitoring and data. But it's also important to remind ourselves, at least for me, it's helpful to say that these uses are human uses. We call some of these like wildlife and what have you, but it's really the societal services that use provides. It's a value that we're here to protect. So it's often a bit of a round peg in a square hole situation of trying to protect a dog, protect a member of a wildlife community. And so this is the challenge again that we face in this topic of harmful algal blooms. And again, this long list of uses is just an attempt to start a dialogue and to address some gaps that we might have. Next slide, please. Monitoring that we do now is reactionary for the most part. There are some instances of proactive monitoring, but for the most part, what we have now is a bare bones system that we set up after the legislature gave us authority to have a program. SB 834 a couple of years ago gave us permission. But before that, we were volunteering our efforts, essentially as state workers doing work outside of our scope to address this need to respond to harmful algal blooms. And what do I mean by respond? It's a risk communication model. And so we're really find our most important job as a state and public servant is to help community members know when and how they may be impacted by harmful algal bloom events. And so this is an ongoing challenge. We don't have enough resources to do that 100% right now, but that is really our main focus. And so when we got authority to do this and we got resources, we distributed, and again, I should have mentioned at the very beginning, I'm here representing an amazing team across the state. There's 2 staff in my office, Marissa and Carly, as well as the Janice and Meredith and folks here from the regional boards that are funded through this 834 project to do this important work of risk communication, event response. And so what we have is this model set up where if we hear about or we think there's a suspected event, we go out and validate it, we confirm it. And if we don't do it, we work with our partners to do it. And if they need help doing lab work, we pay for that. And there's a lot of ways to sort of like get out of this do loop of is it a real event or not? It could be a visual. It could be somebody just goes out in the field, looks at it, pretty sure that's a harmful algal bloom event. Let's document it as confirmed and move on to the next one. In the most extreme case, we do a number of analytics on this, including chemistry and DNA to sort of identify the species, the capability to produce toxins, and then the actual presence or absence of toxins. At that case, we expend some money but we don't have the money to go back and do follow-up and find out, when did that event end? Is that event ongoing for 3 weeks or 6 weeks? So there's a lot of limitations to what we do now with that event response model. And we feel like our hands are full with the amount of work that's needed to continually deal with the number of alleged events, confirm them, communicate to the public, and hopefully save like dog lives for sure. We lose dogs every year, but hopefully also save human health and wildlife impacts as we go. And then the other monitoring that happens is, you'll hear more about it through, like, the Division of Water Rights has some efforts in the Delta. We do a proactive pre-holiday work in our office. For years now, we've been going out to a distinct specific number of water bodies that are popular with folks during holiday season. And we monitor them right before the holiday season so that at least we can put up signage when we know about Pyramid Lake or someplace like that, either having an event or not. And so that's really helpful, but that's again, triaging. That's us trying to do the most that we can with our little resource. There's partners that help us too, the USGS, the Department of Water Resources, Delta Stewardship Council, SFEI, the Bay Monitoring Coalition and the dischargers in the Bay, San Francisco Bay. Lots of folks are contributing other ways to understand this problem. There's also remote sensing that I'll get into. So the monitoring network is wide, but it's not very deep with resource right now. We have a lot of needs, and there's actually a needs analysis based on the legislation. Our office put together by interviewing folks that you see at this table, as well as all your staff. We interviewed what would they really need to do this job. All of that is in a ledge report on the Harmful Algal Bloom webpage. I encourage you to look at it. There's an executive summary too. Next slide, please. So the tools that I mentioned for communicating risk, we have maps. When we confirm an event with data, we post the data on a page. We also have these approaches to validate remote sensing data. So you'll see some examples of sensors and other things where using the light that's received and the light spectra that's received in space, we can then have stronger correlations with whether or not it's an actual event or not happening in the water. And so a lot of these things are really cool, and we're doing the best that we can, again, leveraging partners. Next slide, please. The trends are going up. This data is challenging to work with, again, because if you imagine back in the early days of beach water quality, you only know what you look for. And so you can basically tell a story, but you don't know the whole story. We don't have any monitoring, for example, of water bodies that probably don't have harmful algal bloom events year round. So we don't have like the whole story of what's really happening with our lakes and rivers and streams and bays in California. And then again, there's just a lot of management questions that have come up in the last 5 years, and particularly, and this is why you see such a great panel here. We've got a lot of interest and action happening across our sort of regulatory arms. What started out as a sort of a scientific and a monitoring emergency project has now become something that is important to all parts of our organization. So next slide, please. The bottom line is that we have a lot of data needs still. And again, this slide summarizes it better than I'm going to do in my limited time. But I encourage you to ask questions as we get to that part of this discussion. There's essentially everywhere we look, we had a meeting, SWRCB facilitated a science meeting on harmful algal blooms a month or so ago. The outcome of that meeting was every part of this panel was represented, and everyone said they have questions that are unanswered. And how do we answer those? We do more monitoring, and that's code for data collection, really. And data collection is really code for information that goes into our wisdom and our knowledge with an organizational intent to implement something. And so that's listed there, and I'll let you look at that at your leisure. And I think I'm done with time and slides.
Thanks, Greg. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nick Martirano. I am the Assistant Deputy Director over the Surface Water Regulatory Branch in Division of Water Quality, and I'll be talking to you today a little bit about our activities as we look to control harmful algal blooms and nutrients on a statewide level. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, I'm going to touch on 2 large-scale projects that we've been working on and have been priorities for our board for some time. The first I'll speak to is the biostimulatory cyanotoxin and biological integrity project, which focuses on nutrient impacts on our inland surface waters as well as estuaries and enclosed bays. And then second, I'll speak to the ocean acidification and hypoxia project, which is an amendment to the California Ocean Plan. You'll notice that there's a little bit of a name change here, and that's indicative of me trying to normalize a refocus of what has been deemed the biostimulatory project or biostimulatory cyanotoxin and and biointegrity project. When I first came on board not too long ago, we had some discussions with our board and realized that we may want to change our tack on how we're addressing this, which has been really in the past focused on specifically nutrient objectives within the water body, which is the main biostimulatory substance that causes things like harmful algal blooms. And instead, maybe flipping the focus on harmful algal blooms themselves and looking for ways to control them and the cyanotoxins they produce. Next slide, please. We saw some great pictures in Greg's slides, and here's a couple of more images of what the impacts from over biostimulation is on the water column, including but not limited to harmful algal blooms and impacts to our beneficial uses. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we're trying to refocus this project on harmful algal blooms, and here are some main goals that we're looking to achieve, which would be to start by establishing water quality objectives for cyanotoxins themselves. We have some good science from US EPA on several types of cyanotoxins. And then we can apply those directly to several freshwater water bodies and potentially estuarine and enclosed bays environments. And then we can use that information to then formalize and expand our use of biological condition assessments like the California Stream Condition Index and the Algal Stream Condition Index to help us understand the impacts to our biological community from these substances, and then hopefully develop an implementation plan or program that can help address and reduce the occurrence of harmful algal blooms, which basically would require us to control the overall biomass of algal blooms in the water column, which will basically lead to other control mechanisms on nutrients themselves, but also take into account temperature and flow, shading, and other indicators that have impacts on harmful algal blooms. So it's going to be a pretty complex implementation program, but it'll allow us to really start with something tangible in the cyanotoxin control and then look to how we control cyanotoxins, which is by reducing the amount of harmful algal blooms that occur. Next slide, please. Some other key aspects that are going to be looked at as part of this project is establishing a narrative water quality objective, potentially for harmful algal blooms specifically as a direct impact from biostimulatory substances. We'll be looking to also, as I mentioned, to look at how the control of nutrients relates directly to algal biomass itself. We can't necessarily control for specifically harmful algal blooms, but we can look to control the amount of algal biomass, which therefore will reduce the frequency of harmful algal blooms and then the cyanotoxins they produce. This could and likely would lead to more targeted numeric objectives for things like total nitrogen and total phosphorus. But we're really trying to focus on balancing the protection and with feasibility. We have some pretty good science on what the nutrient objectives could look like. They're pretty low. I don't think that's a surprise to many of you or your staff, but we're looking at maybe more targeting those numbers and making them a little bit more feasible as we're actually focusing on the actual impacts from those substances. Next slide, please. Here are our general milestones. These are, several years in the making, but this year we're really focusing on engagement with your staff across the regions. We've had some internal discussions already with your staff at the division. Actually, let's go on the next slide, please, before I get ahead of myself. We presented in February to the Deputy Management Committee, which is the assistant executive officers across the regions, on the new charter we're developing to focus on HABs. We're also collaborating with Greg and his team, as well as the Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessment, to really focus the research on cyanotoxin science and see how we can better characterize the impacts on beneficial uses. We have a pretty good idea on the Rec 1 piece, but as Greg mentioned, we're really trying to take a hard look at how it can apply to non-water contact recreation, as well as impacts to wildlife, and try to really expand our reach as far as which cyanotoxins can be captured with water quality objectives. We're also planning actively with a few of the regions and internal freshwater harmful algal blooms and nutrient summits, which will bring the executive officers into a room and let us kind of talk about the state of the science, hear from the regions themselves, the issues that they're experiencing, some concerns, how could control of these blooms and nutrients themselves impact other programs like recycled water programs, and really think clearly and engage early before we start getting too far down the policy development route. And then we'll be following up with the management coordinating committee in October of this year to kind of fill them in on the progress we've made so far. Next slide, please. So then also, I'm going to shift gears here to the ocean side of things and our work that's being done to help amend the California Ocean Plan to focus on this ocean acidification and hypoxia impacts. So with climate change and increasing temperatures, we've seen pH and oxygen levels falling across our ocean waters. Most of these changes are due to climate change, but also impacts from human sources and nutrients are exacerbating the problem. We've been prioritizing research on ocean acidification and hypoxia since 2019. And it's been a high priority for the Ocean Protection Council since 2020 in their strategic plan, and is being reflected in their upcoming 2025 strategic plan as well. We've partnered with the Southern California Coastal Water Resource Project, or SWRP, to create a coupled physical biochemical model called the ROMS-Beck model, which has been completed and really takes a hard look at how within the Southern California Bight area specifically, the impacts of wastewater nutrient discharges on coastal ocean health. Next slide, please. Our overall management questions for this project are, is nutrient loading affecting the occurrence of algal blooms within the ocean environment? Is it also impacting ocean oxygen levels and pH? Are there biological effects of nutrient loading? And are there effects when nutrients are controlled? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The answer is yes to all three. So we've looked at land-based nutrient discharges from wastewater and recycled water, and they clearly alter ocean chemistry. Our publicly owned treatment works make up 92% of the land-based loading in Southern California, and the alteration affects the biota by reducing the volume of ocean habitat by up to 30% and over 25% of the Southern California Bight during 3 months of the year. We've also showed that reductions in nutrient discharges can lead to reversing these impacts, and we can establish the pH and oxygen levels that can lead to recovery of habitat. So all is not lost. We can reverse our impacts. And recycled water is planned for water supply and climate resilience, but that does lead to concentration of nutrients when it's discharged into the ocean. Next slide, please. So our overall project goal is to, as I mentioned, establish water quality objectives and a program of implementation that would protect marine life and habitat within the ocean from ocean acidification and hypoxia by discharges of nutrients to the water. And the specific focus at this point is on the Southern California Bight, but we're looking at refining the model to potentially expand that outward. Next slide, please. So what are we currently doing? We are looking at that ROMS-Beck model and looking for ways to improve it. This is a lot of information here, but we're trying to clarify the impacts to marine life and habitat, how nutrients come into play. We put out the model for peer review and taking the recommendations to improve the model. We're finalizing the quality assurance project plan for the model so that we can start using it. We hope to see that at the end of this year. And we're also looking at where are the data gaps. Greg mentioned monitoring, and that's important for everything we do. So where are the data gaps that are crucial, and how can we expand and fill those gaps to inform our research needs? And then we're looking at ways that we can effectively set water quality objectives that are achievable. Again, we're looking at technology-based versus water quality-based standards. And overall, just clarifying the uncertainty within the model. Next slide, please. As I'm coming up on time, here are our next steps. We are working with SWRCB to evaluate the feasibility. We're looking at the results of the model and using those to inform our policy decisions. We are doing starting to plan for our outreach and engagement with tribal partners and other interested parties, and we're looking at how we can start developing the regulatory language to start the process for an ocean plan amendment. Next slide, please. Here's my staff's contact information, and I think that's it. Next slide.
Good morning. I'm Laura Porter-Cologne. I'm an environmental program manager in the Division of Water Rights, and I also lead Bay Delta HABs coordination. I'll be talking about the State Water Board's efforts to address harmful algal blooms in the Delta with an emphasis on improving HAB monitoring. Next slide, please. So the State Water Board has heard concerns from Delta residents, tribes, and environmental justice communities about the growing frequency and severity of cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms in the Delta. I'll refer to these as CHABs for short. Cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms are the types of blooms that tend to occur in the Delta. As Greg described earlier, there are different types of harmful algal blooms, but we tend to see CHABs in the Delta. The frequency and severity of CHABs has increased over time as harmful algal blooms have increased globally with climate change. But we especially tend to see CHABs occurring in the Delta during drought conditions. CHABs and cyanobacterial toxin detections, especially at concentrations that exceed recreational advisory thresholds, tend to occur most frequently in certain hotspot locations in the Delta. On the left is an image of one of those hotspot locations. That's the Stockton waterfront during an active microcystis bloom. And microcystis is the cyanobacterial taxon that we tend to see causing most of the harmful algal blooms in the Delta and most of the cyanotoxin detections. Next slide, please. So the Delta has many different types of habitats and environmental drivers that influence harmful algal blooms. The image on the left is depicting our conceptual model of the habitats and drivers that affect CHABs. So CHABs tend to occur most frequently in backwater habitats like dead-end channels and marinas, where water residence time is high. And they tend to occur least frequently in main channels of the Delta and at intermediate frequencies at flooded island habitats. Some of the main drivers of CHABs in the Delta are tidal mixing, advection, water residence time, stream flow, nutrients, water exports, and temperature. And in the Delta, currently, the most common way that discrete monitoring programs monitor for CHABs is using the Microcystis Visual Index, which is shown on the right. And so when monitoring programs go out and are sampling for other organisms like fish surveys, other water quality monitoring, they usually take a Microcystis Visual Index reading. But there are some limitations to using this visual index. In particular, it is a semi-quantitative metric, and it also is subject to observer bias. There are also other forms of monitoring like satellite remote sensing and incident reports, as Greg talked about earlier. But overall, there is pretty limited monitoring for cyanobacterial species and cyanobacterial toxins in the Delta. Next slide, please. So overall, the Delta CHAB monitoring enterprise is currently fairly limited. Improved monitoring and coordination of existing monitoring programs is needed to better understand CHAB status and trends and environmental drivers. So we have a good understanding of the main drivers that I covered on the previous slide, but we have a fairly poor understanding of how those drivers interact to influence CHABs in the Delta. There's currently a patchwork of monitoring that is specific to CHABs by the State Water Board, Central Valley Water Board, Department of Water Resources, U.S. Geological Survey, and Restore the Delta. But those monitoring efforts are not adequately coordinated. And so there is currently no coordinated monitoring program for Delta CHABs. Next slide, please. So the State Water Board is beginning to address the monitoring limitations for CHABs in the Delta through proposed new CHAB monitoring provisions in the 2024 draft Bay Delta Plan that was released last October for public review and comment. The provisions proposed in the draft Bay Delta Plan build on the existing water quality and food web monitoring requirements that are contained in the 2018 Bay Delta Plan. And the new provisions propose new monitoring for phytoplankton, specifically for monitoring cyanobacterial species and for monitoring cyanobacterial toxins. They also include proposed new monitoring locations at CHAB hotspot locations in the Delta and CHAB special studies. The proposed new monitoring provisions would initially be the responsibility of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project for implementing consistent with existing phytoplankton monitoring requirements in water rights decisions 1845 and 1641. And the draft Bay Delta Plan proposes to eventually expand the CHAB monitoring provisions to encompass the Bay Delta watershed, including the tributaries. And in that event, responsibility for CHAB monitoring would be expanded to other water rights holders and possibly others, aside from the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. Next slide, please. So this map depicts the existing water quality monitoring locations in the Bay Delta Plan, where discrete physical, chemical, and phytoplankton monitoring is required. And it also includes the 6 new monitoring locations specific to CHAB monitoring that are proposed in the 2018 draft Bay Delta Plan, or the 2024 draft Bay Delta Plan, excuse me. The new monitoring locations are listed alongside the existing monitoring locations in Table A1 of the draft plan. And these new locations are CHAB hotspot locations where we tend to observe CHABs year after year and cyanotoxin concentrations that exceed advisory threshold levels. So the new locations include Franks Tract, McLeod Lake at the Stockton waterfront, Victoria Canal near Byron, Big Break Regional Shoreline, Middle River at Ski Beach, and Mildred Island. These new monitoring provisions that are proposed in the draft plan are currently undergoing revision in response to public comment. And we, in particular, received a lot of suggestions to better describe a tiered monitoring approach for doing this monitoring so that the monitoring would be required during the bloom season and that water samples would be taken for cyanobacterial toxins when there is a bloom forming. So when there's some other indicator that there is an active bloom. So staff are still working on the details of that in response to a monitoring design report that's being produced by the U.S. Geological Survey. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple slides. Next slide, please. So in addition to the proposed CHAB monitoring provisions in the draft Bay Delta Plan, the draft also includes coordination among the State Water Board and other agencies, tribes, and environmental justice communities on implementing the Delta Stewardship Council's Delta CHAB monitoring strategy. This monitoring strategy was produced as an interagency effort to address existing gaps in Delta CHAB monitoring to better improve coordination among existing monitoring programs and to eventually implement a Delta-wide coordinated CHAB monitoring program. The strategy is currently not funded, and so it cannot be fully implemented without additional resources devoted towards it. But to begin to address some of the funding limitations and help implement the strategy, the State Water Board has contracted with the U.S. Geological Survey to produce a monitoring designs report that recommends different monitoring designs to better understand CHAB status and trends, environmental drivers, and to produce CHAB predictive models that could forecast HABs. It would also provide the information needed to identify possible management and mitigation measures to control CHABs in the Delta. And so the intent of the monitoring design report is to help implement the Delta-wide coordinated CHAB monitoring program in implementation of this strategy. Next slide, please. So the strategy implementation began this spring with the identification of co-chairs to lead an implementation team. The co-chairs of the implementation team include representatives from the State Water Board, the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of Water Resources, and the Delta Stewardship Council. And the co-chairs organized the first annual Delta CHAB workshop that was held in March, concurrently with the Interagency Ecological Program workshop. And there were attendees from various state and federal agencies, as well as tribes and environmental justice communities. The workshop goals were focused around organizing a collaborative approach to implementing the Delta CHAB strategy and identifying priority management questions for the Delta community that could help guide implementation of a coordinated Delta-wide HAB monitoring program. Coordination of strategy implementation will continue through the Interagency Ecological Program through quarterly meetings of the Phytoplankton and Water Quality Project Work Team. And the next steps in implementation of the strategy are to finalize the priority management questions that will guide an eventual monitoring program. Next slide. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Meredith Howard, and I am an environmental program manager at the Central Valley Water Board, and I head up our planning section. And my co-author on this is Janice Cook. She's an environmental scientist specialist. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about what we've been doing at Region 5 when it comes to HABs, which mostly focuses around building tools and starting to develop some strategies on how to manage them. Next slide, please. So what's interesting is HABs really cross a lot of our programs. So at this point in time, we have HABs as a component of many of our different regulatory programs, which includes, TMDLs, our basin planning program, non-point source program. We have a Delta program, and then obviously our surface water ambient monitoring program. And then through a couple of those programs, we are coordinated pretty heavily with Greg's group and the Freshwater and Estuarine HABs program, or FHAB. Next slide. So what we've focused on is really three things: building decision support tools, collecting information that will inform management and mitigation strategies on HABs, and then recognizing that we have very limited staff resources. And so we've really focused on trying to develop collaborations and partnerships with others so that we can collect data. So I'm going to talk about each one of these and give you a few examples. Next slide, please. So the first one I want to talk about is Decision support tools, we conducted a region-wide eutrophication assessment of lakes and reservoirs in our region. And in doing so, what we did was we developed an assessment framework to really classify lakes and reservoirs based on their eutrophic condition. And this, we did not reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of different types of assessment frameworks out there to do that. So what we did was we worked with SWRCB and we kind of pulled together a few different existing frameworks into something that we thought was, appropriate for our region. But really it could be applied, I think, statewide. And so our three main categories that we considered were really the risk of eutrophication. So if you have a lot of nutrients in your water body, there's a risk there, but you might not necessarily see, impacts from that yet. So we consider nutrients as our risk. And then evidence, we used biomass. So we're looking at chlorophyll A, either, in situ or remotely sensed. And then we were also looking at impacts. So when do we see impacts? And sometimes that can just be when you have toxins in the water that are produced by cyanobacteria called cyanotoxins. Next slide. And we do have a report on this that's coming out. I think it's currently being posted to our website. So if anybody's interested, give Patrick or I a shout out. So the second part is building a data dashboard in the Bay Delta system. And so we actually have a NOAA-funded project that's about $3 million, and there's a whole group of us on that project that includes the San Francisco Bay Water Board, our water board, Water Rights is part of it, coordinating heavily with us. Greg's group has been coordinating heavily with us, and it's got several federal agencies and some other research groups and DWR. And so one of the main products of this grant is to develop a data dashboard that pulls in all the data streams that we have, not just on HABs, but any kind of water quality conditions, so that you have these new data visualization products. And so, once we have a draft of that, we're going to be sending it around and getting feedback from lots of groups. So if any of you are interested or you want your staff to kind of have input on it, please let us know. We're going to be looking to kind of shop that around and get some input before we finalize it. Next slide, please. Okay, so Greg talked a little bit about this. The other thing we've really been doing is investing in remote sensing. And I would say we're doing that as well as Greg's group has been doing that as well. And the thing is, remote sensing is great because you really can utilize this tool to see what's going on a really large geographic scale just at a desktop. And so when we talk about, our limited staff resources and we really don't have a lot of resources to go out and do the monitoring, this is a really useful tool to allow us to see what's going on at a really large scale. And so we've been using this for status and trends and really trying to identify the drivers. We used it as part of our assessment framework. And what you can see here is the top slides show really what we have now, which is the Bay and maybe some of the larger water bodies in the Delta. And through our NOAA-funded Bay Delta project, what we're trying to do is use a finer resolution satellite that's newer so that we can get into some of the smaller waterways, in the Delta specifically. And that's that bottom picture that you see where there's just a lot more small water bodies on there. And so that would give us a much larger picture of the Delta and what's going on a regular basis. Next slide. Okay, so the second activity we've been focused on is pulling together information and data that helps us inform management and mitigation strategies. And so Laura talked about this a little bit because we have some joint projects, but really identifying hotspot locations in the Delta where you could apply a mitigation method or technology that would potentially help. So we've spent some time, several projects focused on that. We're also looking at the influence of nutrients and, what's maintaining the blooms over months on end, because we definitely see that in the Delta specifically. And then the other kind of approach we've been using is a more holistic approach. And so a lot of the studies that we've been doing recently have really been focusing on let's identify the drivers and let's look at the larger picture. Let's look at the climatology. Let's look at water flow. Let's look at everything. and really try and understand, what's driving both the nutrient concentrations, the biomass, and then when you have toxins, the toxins. And so we have a few new reports on that, a couple out of Clear Lake. We have another one from a lake study down by Fresno. Really interesting work. So if anyone's interested in that, reach out to us. I can get you those reports. Next slide. Okay, so the other piece of this is to really start looking into mitigation methods and approaches. And so there's a lot of different kind of chemical, physical, biological approaches to use to mitigate HABs. We started a few years ago by doing a group study looking at hydrogen peroxide. That's one that breaks down into hydrogen and water, so it doesn't leave any chemical residue. And what you can see, on the pictures there is that we did a mesocosm study, and so you can see all these big mesocosms. That's in Discovery Bay in the Delta. And the hydrogen peroxide really does it. It kind of kills the cells, and it also degrades the toxins, and it actually also increased the dissolved oxygen in the mesocosm. So really promising, approach, but lots more work to be done before we could really apply that on a larger scale. The other one that we have hopefully still coming online because it's federally funded is a pilot study on dredging in the Delta to look at the removal of cyanobacteria cells and nutrients. And then we have another new study coming online this year that this relates back to what Laura was talking about with the Delta CHABs monitoring strategy. There are a number of special studies in that strategy. And so we have kind of plucked off one study that we're using our discretionary contract funds to fund. And that is going to be forming a technical advisory group to identify what are the mitigation methods that would be appropriate and practicable for the Delta. There will be a whole stakeholder outreach component to that as well, and we're hoping to start that in late 2025. Next slide, please. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about strategy development. Several years ago, there was a large group of us that included myself, Region 1, several tribes, USGS, as well as many scientific researchers. And we basically came up with kind of a land to sea monitoring strategy, or what we call a freshwater to marine continuum monitoring strategy. And so what you see in this graphic is, if you think about each shape and color is like a different monitoring program has different sample collection protocols and different analysis protocols. And so you can't really take all of that across the whole watershed and put it together to get a comprehensive picture because it's too different. So can you forward one on the slides? So what we're aiming to do and what the strategy really kind of highlights is we need to get to a place where everyone's collecting samples and data in the same way, or at least maybe not exactly the same, but in a way where you can pull all of that together and see the larger picture of the watershed. So this is a really high level kind of conceptual monitoring strategy. And so if you can forward one on the slides. So what we're trying to do now is take this sort of high level strategy and really start to develop some more specific strategies in the local region. So the Delta CHAB strategy that Laura talked about is one of those. Through the NOAA funded program we are going to be developing a Bay Delta HAB strategy as well. We're probably going to start on that next year. And so the idea is take these high level concepts and how do we apply that into our local water bodies? So next slide. Okay, and lastly, I'll just wrap up with, we have been working really hard on developing partnerships and collaborations. We've done a lot of work with different community groups and tribes. And then we've also been working with other agencies and the science community, understanding that, none of us have enough resources for HABs. And so what I've seen happen in the last few years is really, even within the water boards, but also within some of the other agencies and the community groups, really pulling together and saying, what can we do collectively together? Because if we leverage the tiny amount of resources we do have, we can accomplish something more together than if we continue separately. And so this is really starting to pay off dividends. Laura mentioned Restore the Delta. they were really our first kind of community group where we said, hey, you know, if we get you some funding and we train you, we go out regularly, and that's just been incredibly successful. And so we're trying, now we are kind of expanding that approach to different areas in our region as we can. So next slide. With that, I will wrap up.
Okay. Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. So we brought our California drinking water team to share our knowledge on HABs, which, to just really put in perspective, it's an unregulated and still emerging contaminant. And so historically, our efforts have been in supporting communications for public water systems, contending with cyanotoxins, staying informed on optimizing water treatment and different toxin scenarios, and supporting instrumentation development to anticipate shifting water quality conditions. So overall, we're just exploring ways to strengthen public health protection with HABs with the resources available. Most recently, our program has developed an analytical method for saxitoxin. And I think just sort of overall, HABs is a highly complex and a large topic. And the next slide sort of sums it up, in which that we have a lot of ideas and plenty of work to do. Okay, perfect timing. So as ancient cyanobacteria are, due to their unpredictable presence and their impact on civilization environmentally, and their increase in occurrences in California, the drinking water program has only sort of recently started looking into their impact for public health. And so in the next few minutes, both of us would like to discuss, our needs, our activities, our future efforts, and we'll be covering topics ranging from sort of public health communications, and that includes notification levels, response levels, and to a potential statewide assessment with solution partners. Next slide, please. So going into our needs, we would greatly benefit from dedicated staff who could facilitate a supported HAB framework in our program. With staff, we could expand on existing relationships with representatives in Clear Lake, for an example, as with the tribal authorities, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, who have been a cornerstone to our work in HABs. And also to even further develop robust public health communications between operators of our water systems, customers, state water board staffs, and partners. So we have ideas on how to move the research forward with, defining source water assessments and treatment plant vulnerabilities. And with support, we could actually expand and realize our current activities. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Sarah. And on our drinking water program activities earlier in the discussion today, there were objectives related to the number of water systems out of compliance in California. We're field engineers that spend 95% of our time ensuring public water systems meet state and federal requirements. But today wanted to share some of the ongoing drinking water activities for CHABs. One of which is notification levels and response levels are being developed. But what is a notification level? If a water quality result is above the notification level, then a public water system is required to notify applicable authorities. And what is a response level is that a water quality result is above a response level, then a public water system is recommended, not required, to remove that source from service and then report any future detections. Our sister agency out there, Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessment, recommended notification levels and response levels in 2021 for 4 cyanotoxins. As next steps, our program is working on adopting these. And then also, we have an environmental lab accreditation program within our division. They're developing a standard method for total saxitoxins. And additional efforts include finalizing public notices to ensure customers and water systems readily have access to public health information. And also just wanted to share that we have begun accepting any cyanotoxin concentration data into our water quality database for 4 cyanotoxins. Next slide. And then, with those additional staff and resources, what would our future activities look like? We would consider the following efforts. First, we would be working with solution partners to define source and treatment water system vulnerabilities with respect to cyanotoxins. Second, we would be assessing the source and treatment components under an established framework that considers under-resourced communities. It was interesting to hear Meredith's presentation about some of that framework that they've looked at. And then third, we would like to bridge knowledge gaps with tools available. For example, online instruments may be considered to monitor cyanobacteria at the intakes, which may inform other monitoring frameworks. And then fourth, looking at cyanobacteria research and existing applications, wanting to open a conversation with solution partners to further our understanding of ways to protect public health with respect to cyanotoxins. Back to you, Sarah.
Yeah, next slide. Just keeping it short and sweet, but just want to, thank everyone here today. Thanks to everyone on this panel. I believe we'll take questions in the appropriate time, but if there's any comments, questions, anything that sort of piques your interest of what we discussed today, you can feel free to email me at my contact over there. I'm Sarah Mahmoud, and yeah, thanks again.
Oh, well, no, thank you very much. You guys did a great job. That's a lot of information. So we've got time for questions, and we've got questions pretty much for everyone, I think, at this stage. So I'm just going to start reading them off, starting with the first one. What is the role for citizen science in monitoring FHABs? And I think that's both for Greg and maybe.
I'll be quick and hand it quickly over to the regional board. The state has one community science, citizen science coordinator for the whole state of California for all topics related to water quality monitoring. We're here to support. That person is amazing, Eric Burrs, and Eric is available to help. And we do often engage. We also have historical interactions with certain groups. So Restore the Delta, Big Pomo at Clear Lake, and then of course the Klamath and other folks that are community gathering data related to harmful algal blooms. And I'll leave the specifics of some of those to the others.
Yeah. The other thing I'll add is, so we're trying to build up some of that on the freshwater side. On the marine side, the California Department of Public Health has had a volunteer phytoplankton monitoring program for many, I've been here since 2001, and it's been in place. And so there is volunteer monitoring on the marine side weekly at a whole host of land-based sites for probably 25 years. So that's been in place on the marine side for a long time. And so I think a lot of us are like, why aren't we implementing something similar on the freshwater side? And so that's why we're starting to work with some of the community groups who are very concerned about HABs and public health. And so we're like, okay, well, we can't be out there all the time, but you all are. If we train you and give you some resources, can you, go out and collect samples? And so that's been, working well. I think we have a long way to go to get it. I mean, our region is huge, but, just the fact that we have multiple ones in place now is very encouraging. So.
I just wanted to put a plug out for the California Cyanobacteria Harmful Algal Blooms Network, which is part of the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. You can go to mywaterquality.ca.gov, and that's a great resource if you know a community group or a citizen science group that is looking to undertake harmful algal blooms monitoring. That's a network of folks that are just focusing on the monitoring aspects. They can provide training resources, all sorts of documentation that's open to the public and anybody interested. So if you have any questions about that, you can reach out to myself or Greg.
Okay, so Nick, the next couple are for you. You mentioned the Nutrient Summit, and I think in your comments, you were referring to summit for the regional and state boards. Will stakeholders be involved in that? And if not, when will you be bringing stakeholders into that conversation?
Yeah, fair question. So thanks. Yeah, so the initial, so as we kind of refocus the effort and focus more on harmful algal blooms and specifically on the cyanotoxin objective piece of it, we're starting off with engaging with the regional boards and internally first, and then with the idea that once we get on kind of a similar page where we can hear everything from the regional boards' perspectives and get on kind of try to develop a one water board sort of voice, then we can turn towards outreach with the public and tribes and other partners interested in the space. So that's kind of phase 2 of the outreach and engagement process, and probably will start occurring in more in the 2026 range.
And then the second question, maybe we can tag team it, is you mentioned that the ocean acidification and hypoxia ocean plan amendment would be focused on the bite using the ROMSBEC modeling. Will that then be expanded statewide at some point? Yeah, go ahead.
That's the plan. Yeah, so it's been developed by the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, or SWRCB, and that's where they have a large quantity of data, and that's their kind of area of expertise is the Southern California bite. But the idea is, as we further refine the model and have a larger training data set, that we would look to expand it to other environments outside of the bite.
Can I add too that there's some discussion of, on a statewide basis, having thresholds or water quality objectives for ocean acidification directly. So aragonite saturation is a measure of ocean acidification impacts to aquatic life. And so we're also looking into having statewide objectives for those. There was a question about a link to the SWRCB report, but I'm just wondering, generally speaking, can we get links? Does the CyanoHab network have links to the kinds of work that we've mentioned in this meeting today?
This cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms network is focused mostly on the freshwater side of things, but if anybody is looking for any sort of link, you can reach out to myself or my staff, but you can start with myself. And the contact information was at the end of my slide. If you're looking for ocean amendment pieces, then Kat Fake is the primary person that can point people to the right locations. We do have information on our water boards websites, but sometimes that's going to be harder to find. So we can reach out to the staff people.
And the SWAMP program has a harmful algal bloom page that has a lot of resources as well. Both are kind of cross-posted and linked to each other. I think it would actually be interesting for us to collectively put together links of things we talked about specific to this panel too. Happy to help.
Okay, still more for Nick. What's the difference between technology-based effluent limits, I think is what was meant in this question, and water quality standards in relation to the ocean acidification and hypoxia?
Right. So technology-based effluent limitations are basically numeric limits that are placed on generally the regulated entities that are based on what is most economically and technologically feasible. So what can we realistically expect based on the technology we have to bring a level of a pollutant down to? So that would be a technology-based effluent limit. A water quality standard in general that could be just focused on what is the impact to a specific beneficial use. So it could be set at the protection for aquatic life, and that could be independent of what can necessarily be achieved by technology. So it's basically like a receiving water limit to protect aquatic life or public health, independent of the technology. So they definitely play into one each other. So you can set an objective or a standard. Then when you develop a regulatory program or a permit, you generally set the technology-based effluent limit on a certain types of entities to try to reach that overall objective or standard.
Okay, one more question for you, Nick, and then we'll move on. What's the time frame for the ocean plan amendment?
Oh, Rebecca, help me.
Hi, all. I'm Rebecca Fitzgerald. I work for NIC, Division of Water Quality, working on some of our HABs and nutrients work. So I would say it's probably still several years off before we're able to bring it to the state board for consideration. We are looking at the ROMSBEC model and the work there this year. and also working on potentially that aragonite saturation water quality objective this year. And then next year, we're going to start transitioning in really to reaching out to all of the regional water boards, to our external partners. All of you who do basin plan amendments know that there's a CEQA analysis, economic analysis. We take a lot of time working with tribal partners, the rest of our partners. So that's a few years as well. Economics, I think I mentioned that hearing. So I think we're probably 2028, 2029, to be honest.
It's really hard to figure out how long it's going to take to get these things over the finish line. Just put a plug in. Took 17 years to get toxicity provisions over the finish line. And it's a lot of twists and turns and different staff, new board members, different priorities at the administration level. So just not, I'm not trying to make excuses, but it's hard to predict. Okay, so moving on from Nick, you're off the hot seat for just a moment. Laura, and anyone else that is participating in collaborative monitoring efforts that include federal agencies, are you aware of impacts to federal budgets or staffing that contribute to the monitoring that is being done in the Delta in particular or anywhere else? And if so, is there a backup plan for filling in where there may be gaps?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't think I have a very good answer, especially to the backup plan part. I think in terms of the harmful algal bloom monitoring, our primary federal partners have been the U.S. Geological Survey, and their group that works on HABs hasn't had a lot of impacts yet from federal budget cuts. I know that some of their probationary employees have been let go, but yeah, we haven't seen a lot of impacts there yet, but it's something that came up during our Delta CHAB workshop that we held this last spring. And so it's something that we're considering, but I think we don't have a good solution for it yet.
I would say ditto. We did meet with the NOAA program manager last month, and so far, he's not aware of any cuts that are going to directly affect the program, but, also kind of stated there's a lot of uncertainty there. So no news is good news, but it doesn't mean there won't be any news in the future.
Yeah, on event-based monitoring and risk communication, we rely a lot on water body partners, water body manager partners that like BLM, Army Corps of Engineer, folks like that manage a lot of these public spaces. We haven't heard of any impacts yet, and there's a little bit of ruffling of workflows within the EPA's lab supporting tribes to do water quality monitoring analysis, but that looks like it's going to be funded. The backup to that would be we do have state lab contracts that we can provide sort of backup to folks. In fact, we provide a lot of support to feds, non-feds, and other folks doing monitoring.
Okay, Meredith, the studies of using hydrogen peroxide as a mitigation measure, is that for just planktonic blooms or also for benthic blooms?
Well, we only looked at it for planktonic. I've only seen studies on it in planktonic. Have you seen anything with benthic? I have not. Yeah, we haven't seen it used for benthic.
So one of the big challenges with benthic is in moving waters, rivers, like Eel River is a great example, and there's a lot of work being done by North Coast Board to help us understand that one. And so if you can imagine the water flowing over this mat on the nearshore environment, or maybe in the middle of the stream, it's really hard to apply a treatment technology that would work similar to what would be in a planktonic kind of a setting. So, and it's also I failed to mention the risk scenarios are quite different. So a benthic bloom, because of that ability to sort of like move over, a lot of the exposure comes from the mat, or the mat material getting involved in a stick and a dog chewing and breaking and lysing those cells and getting exposed to a lot of cyanotoxins at once. And so a lot of these mechanisms are really specific to the activity, And so mitigation is much more challenging with benthic, I think.
Okay, so let's see, where am I? I didn't read this one ahead. So regarding in situ bloom treatment and prevention, peroxides showed some promise. Has there been research regarding ozone produced electrochemically on site? Ask this question.
I'm not sure about ozone. I don't know that I've seen that one. I'm looking at Sydney.
Just on the water treatment side,
Okay.
some of our surface water plants have ozone as a pretreatment, and it has been shown to be fairly effective in reducing microcystin. I'm trying to think of, definitely anatoxin A, but from a treatment side for drinking water, it's been shown, but I don't know if that was the intent of that question.
I'll just add that as part of that CC Hub network, there is a mitigation subcommittee that is focused really looking at these emerging technologies. It's really kind of cutting edge at what they're looking at, and it is a lot of reactive work. So as what we're trying to come at it from a little bit more proactive, how do we control it from happening? These are a lot of reactive technologies, and they tend to be almost short-lived, where they can provide an immediate quick fix, but then they'll come back once they wear off. So, but that mitigation subcommittee is open to the public again, and great place to ask those questions from the academics and other people actually working with these new technologies.
There is one question about Proposition 4 distribution that we're going to save for the budget discussion, and Joaquin will touch on that later. Those are all the questions we received here. Are there any questions in the room? Alexis?
Thank you to the panel. It was so informative, and thank you for your ongoing dedication to this part of very meaningful work. I'm wondering about public communication and the role of county health officers. As you, in either the statewide capacity or in the regional board capacity, are at the point of wanting to communicate with the public about a potential looming risk or an actual risk, how does that interface with the county health officers play out, and what happens in the event of a different view of things?
I'll start, but I'll hand it quickly again to the regional board that has so much of a statewide metaphor going on within their region. It varies by county right now. And one of the driver problems that we have is we don't have a threshold value that is meaningful to environmental and county local health officers to actually sort of trigger their responsibilities and authorities to do this. So we have a stone soup model where if they want to help and participate communicating risk to their public, they do. If they don't want to, they don't have to. And so that's one of the real first steps that I'm kind of laser focused on with the work at the state board is what can we do to put a threshold in place? Because right now we're using numbers that were generated through research over 10 years ago and, refreshed with time as new information comes along. But these are not regulatory numbers. They're kind of like magic numbers that sit in our space. So having a number that has statewide meaning and activates both our statewide health and the local health agencies is an important first step for me to focus on.
Just ditto. It really varies by county. Some counties are really active. Some will actually issue a health advisory. Some won't. And, so it's just very variable as far as that goes. And so,
yeah. And I'll give a shout out to, for example, Yolo County and Tulare County. They were engaged not just in posting, but in monitoring with us. So they can be partners as well. It just depends on their own resources.
And just to add on the drinking water side, in 2021, we issued a monitoring order in Clear Lake. As part of that order, this is an unregulated contaminant. So that was the extent of our authority. But in that, we did include language of referencing the public health officer because they do have the local authority if a community was at risk. And so that was a component.
And I'll just add to that this is one reason why we met as a smaller group internally and just kind of heard each other, what our challenges and needs are. And one of this is one of the issues where there's kind of a desire for some, but it's not a requirement. And that's one of the impetus for kind of shifting our lens on focusing on setting water quality objectives for cyanotoxins. If that gets into place, that allows for that kind of backstop regulatory mechanism to require a little bit more action consistently across the state.
This was actually a question I submitted, and I had trouble on my app, and it actually took the state water board chair to help me submit that question. So thank you, Joaquin. So what I picked up in the next presentation is wastewater recycling processes. They concentrate nutrients. So, and obviously what we're talking about is the brine or the wastewater from that process. It gets discharged into a water body, especially the ocean, and it can lead to a harmful algal bloom. What about the salts and the other minerals that are also part of that brine solution? Can that also lead to harmful algal blooms?
I'll say that the concentration of nutrients can lead to harmful algal blooms, but and the other aspects of the salts can lead more to the aragonite saturation potential to decrease the pH to create acidic environments that lead to impacts to shellfish and other of the biota. That's being more explored as the models are refined, and that's part of what the current focus is now on the science, is to see, okay, what we know that you increase and concentrate nutrients, that's going to lead to potential blooms, but what are the other impacts from the changes in the pH, and then also the loss of oxygen in the water column and how that impacts directly on the biota. So those are great questions, and that's something that we're really looking into.
Yeah, and I asked this question because I'm from the Santa Ana region, and as you probably know, Orange County Water District has been very aggressive as far as recovering recycled water, and they pull out all the minerals from the wastewater that comes from Orange County Sanitation District, and then send it back to the Sand District plant, which also gets blended with water from the brine line that comes from the Inland Empire, and all that goes into the ocean. And then, of course, in the Los Angeles region, we have LA Sanitation Districts is looking at doing a similar kind of thing, aggressively recovering wastewater, which we're all in favor of. But is this going to have that sort of consequence?
This is great questions. This is one of the reasons why we're looking to have that internal summit to hear these concerns and really try to brainstorm ideas on how, like you said, we had a big push for recycled water, and now we're saying, oh, well, this is kind of, they're at odds with each other at some point. So we're trying to really think about that intentionally.
And I'll just add that brine disposal and treatment is really high on our radar in terms of a priority for figuring out, what research we need to do and how we can address that, particularly as we move forward with more recycling and potable reuse projects. And I had a question over here.
Yeah, Jake McKenzie from Region 1. Go back to the county health officers. Who coordinates the activities of the county health officers? The ag commissioners have communication and licensing and directions out of Department of Pesticide Regulation and other entities like that. So is there some instruction that comes out of the Department of Health Services to all county public health officers, or do they just operate, as was indicated in your answers earlier on, as kind of independent agents?
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert at this, but from my experience, and I've had a lot of experience, we're adjacent to the conversations with county health, except for where it intersects with our specific programs. Going back to early 2000, when I started State Board, we were working on a beach water quality effort. AB 411 hadn't been passed, which is the mandates folks that when they have a beach exceedance of pathogens for human waste, they had to do something. Before that, it was a very similar scenario, but they did have water quality standards. And so we sort of lean on the public health. Department of Public Health is the state agency that's responsible for overseeing county health and local health officers. And so my experience, there is an association of these environmental health folks. We partner with them, sometimes legislatively, sometimes cooperatively, like posting signs for fish tissues exceeding thresholds. We have We have lots of intersections with these county health folks. It just so happens that the problem here is that there isn't a number. And if they had a number that they sort of said, this is the time that we have to do an action, then it would change a little bit of the dynamics. But we're not in the driver's seat over the health officers from my perspective.
Okay.
I just want to thank everyone on the panel for all your work on harmful algal blooms. It's a very complex issue, as we know too in Region 2, and we appreciate the partnership and the sharing of information as we've learned stuff in Region 2. And when we've had harmful algal blooms, it's great to coordinate with State Board and the other regions. And just want to say thank you for everything you're doing. And you've also done a nice job setting the stage for tomorrow. One of my presentations is on boards making difficult decisions. And before our board, late last year in July, they had to make the difficult decision about what are we going to do about nutrients in San Francisco Bay. And you've done a great job educating everyone in the room today. It's a nice backdrop. So thank you.
Thanks. Thanks to the panel and to everyone that is working on this issue. It's there's so much here, and in some ways having hitting so many pieces of the problem in each of our roles, whether in each region, related to data monitoring, partnerships, public health protection, drinking water, and regulation, water quality regulation. So I'm interested in one of the terms that was used in a couple of presentations was around something like decision-making tools. And decision-making could be things like, do I take my dog down to the water? It could be which facilities do we regulate and how? And then there's a huge scope of what kind of decision-making we're trying. And the Roms-Beck model is an example where there's been a huge amount of investment in getting a model to a place where we can start asking questions about where's the biggest bang for our buck and how do we incorporate these different drivers, both in terms for the water boards, including things we have jurisdiction to regulate, but also understanding the interaction with climate change and all these things we can't control directly, certainly through the water board. So I'm curious, do we need, in order to be able to develop implementation, we're talking about implementation plans from a regulatory perspective, do we need a model like the Roms-Beck model for each water body, each area, each region? Can we, you mentioned we're looking at how might we use that to inform other parts of the state in the ocean, but do we have anything like that for freshwater? And are we going to need really site-specific models at that level for everywhere in the state to be able to start to inform this? I'm sort of not clear what the level of tools are that we really need and how close we are to being able to get that.
I'll start and try not to be completely incorrect. I think there's a great points. I think that there's several different levels to decision-making tools and communication tools in general. I think that, what we've been doing with our FHAB program has been mostly to the question about, can I take my dog to the river? Or can I take my family to this area to try to swim? And that's by providing incident responses. Like we saw a bloom here, it's probably not safe to go there or be on the lookout. For the larger, more management decisions that you come across and that we bring to you for those larger decisions, the Roms-Beck and the ocean in many cases is a little bit easier. The Roms-Beck allowed us to validate that what we thought our concerns were, which was that the nutrient inputs from wastewater discharges were a problem. The Roms-Beck validated that concern and allows us to kind of base our decision making and our targets on that sound science. The inland area is a little bit more difficult. I think that which is again why we're kind of maybe focusing more on the cyanotoxin piece, because that's pretty consistent science that can be applied across water body types. In the past, our focus has been on nutrient objectives as they relate to impacts to biological integrity or the biological community based on benthic macro invertebrates, which is really a focus on a subset of perennial wadable streams, which is great, but that's not really where the biggest problems are. It tend to be lakes and other areas where people are recreating. So that's why we're kind of changing course to maybe look at the cyanotoxins as a starting point, and then by regulating cyanotoxins, what's creating those, the cyanobacteria, and then so you kind of work a little bit backwards there to try to help develop that tools and allow the science to iterate on that. There are some other efforts that are going to help us fill some of those gaps that you're mentioning, like AB 1066 came out in 2021, which really recognized a gap that we have been aware of for a while, that there isn't much freshwater monitoring done for bacteria in general, let alone cyanobacteria, but it's an opportunity to look at not only pathogens from indicator bacteria and human influences of bacteria, but also potentially leverage that for cyanobacteria and really build that data set. I think the Ramsbeck model is a great tool, and we're using the BITE because that's where the largest concentration of data that we have to feed that model exists. We can certainly apply that model to other areas, but we need that data. So that's kind of, I think the model's only as good as the data you put into it.
I'd like to add to that. I just got a briefing yesterday on work that staff did to look at what we call them TMDL report cards from our performance report, where there are nutrient TMDLs at a variety of, I don't even remember how many there were tons. But I think somebody said the different types of monitoring. I think Meredith, you were talking about the different types of monitoring for different water body types. I think a lot of the solutions are going to be very water body specific. And a TMDL is a mechanism by which we kind of set a conceptual and a data model to figure out what are the sources, what are ways that we could mitigate. And so, that's happening all over the state for water body by water body basis. And we've got some really good promising examples that are out there. So I think we're at time.
Have the shepherd's hook. Well, let's give this panel a round of applause. Really appreciate it. As Meredith said, and I think others, this work is all being done dispersed throughout the divisions, throughout the regions, throughout other partners, and it is, everyone kind of pitching in what they can effort in order to get us where we are. And so just really thankful of the incredible leadership we have here. I know as I speak to my Western state counterparts, they look to the state, especially on harmful algal blooms. We're ahead of a lot of the other states in these discussions and this work, and they're looking to us to see what solutions are starting to be developed and where we need to go. So incredibly appreciative of this leadership here across the regions and the divisions, and just thank you all so much. Okay, quick announcement before lunch. We are doing headshots again this year for everyone here in the room. So board members, executive officers, staff, everyone. The camera set up there in the courtyard. So as you're exiting the building, feel free, go get an updated headshot. We'll be able to provide those for folks. And then we will convene here at 1:45. So you have about an hour and 15 minutes or so. I believe we shared lunch options, but there is La Cosecha, which is over here, in Cesar Chavez Park. There's Cafe Vela across the street here, and there's a number of smaller restaurants all around. So folks should be able to find their meal. Please do, again, take advantage of the headshots, and we will all see you here at 1:45. So thank you. Thanks for the great morning. Appreciate everyone. All right, everyone. I think we're reaching critical mass. We can begin to wind down our conversations. I can tell stories. Veronica said that that's a good way to get folks to start listening. Yeah. All right, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. I hope you're able to take advantage of the Headshot Studio as well. We are now back, and as we return, we have an update on budget from Ryan Wilson, and then we'll have a legislative update from Candace Cotton, our legislative director. And as we actually start, I know there was a question that we had received around Prop 4 bond and the role of the regions or what that's looking like. I know Ryan in his slides kind of has a breakdown of what the pots of dollars coming out of the bond are to the water boards, but just wanted to just gloss and say that we're in the first year here of requesting those bond dollars. So what we still need to do is set up guidelines. And I know that the Division of Financial Assistance is working with regional boards around, especially we have drinking water dollars, we have wastewater dollars, stormwater as well. And so I think on the stormwater and wastewater side, those are the pots of money with the greatest nexus with the regional boards. So I know the Division of Financial Assistance will definitely.
There's too much bad news. Like that's your mic.
All right. So I know that the Division of Financial Assistance will be working and reaching out and working with the regions around some of those pots. But we're still in the first year here of even requesting in our budget dollars from the bond. So still yet to be decided and determined. But know that the regions are an important part of us understanding the needs across the state for those important climate investments. All right, with that general gloss on Prop 4 bond, I kick things over to Ryan. Thank you for joining us, Ryan. Really appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you, Joaquin. My name is Ryan Wilson. I'm the budget chief here at the Water Board, and I've been asked to give you guys an overview of the budget. And as kind of an overarching comment, I'm just going to mention that the timing of coming here to give you a little bit of an update is a little awkward in the budget process in that we're kind of mid-cycle on it, and there's a lot still churning in the spring process and the May revision that is being developed and is still confidential and that we can't really speak about publicly yet. And I will provide a little bit of a reminder on that a little bit in some of my later slides when we start talking about reductions, because there may be some interest in that. We just have to be careful, how far in the weeds we go into on some of that stuff. So our first slide here is just outlining our 6 main BCPs that we have. You'll see there's 5 different numbers. And again, it's a little bit awkward because this year Finance did something a little bit differently where they lumped our ledge proposals into one consolidated BCP for the whole state and then just listed all the different ledge items. Whereas historically, we have a ledge BCP narrative for each proposal. So we do have 6 different proposals in total. And again, this is from the Jan 10 governor's proposed budget. The spring finance letters and the May revision letters have not yet been released. And I will just let folks know, if you want to look at any one of these BCPs in their entirety, they are published on Department of Finance's website at dof.ca.gov. We also publish them for folks that are internal to the Water Board and have access to our intranet. On the DAS budgets page, we also provide hyperlinks to each one of the proposals there. So as you can see, we have a couple items that are mainly technical proposals. We have the Cal EPA bond and tech adjustments, which is something that we do almost every year. And it's just providing technical adjustments for bond proceeds that need to be reappropriated, or if the expenditure and liquidation periods need to be extended. So we do that almost every year. They're routine technical adjustments. As mentioned, we had a couple ledge BCPs. We had SB 1188. Which was for technical, managerial, and financial standards. And I do have some other slides that will go into a little bit more on just kind of giving an overview of what each one of these proposals entails. And we had AB 2454, which is related to drinking water outreach for domestic well owners and tenants. As Joaquin was discussing, we have the climate bond Prop 4 BCP. And this is a statewide BCP. So the climate bond was approved by the voters in November of 2024 for a total of $10 billion. And it's to address impacts of climate change, including drought, flooding, wildfire, extreme heat, and sea land rise. We also have a proposal related to SGMA and also one for the US EPA lead and copper rule revisions. We can go on to the next slide. This one here is highlighting the technical adjustments we just spoke about. I don't have to go through each one of these in detail. We do have some, the water board is heavily federally funded though, and each year we may be eligible for new grants or some may be expiring. So we need to do an adjustment to our authority to spend those funds, because when the federal government, this is important for folks to know, some folks may be out in the regions that maybe work on federal items or maybe looking to obtain additional federal funding. Anytime we do that, we have to, it's not just about the federal government giving us money to spend on projects, but we actually have to have the authority in our state budget to receive and spend that money. So just a reminder there, if anybody is interested in working with the feds on obtaining additional federal funding, please, by all means, reach out to the budget office and we can help coordinate that and make sure the timing is aligned with the authority that's needed to accept and spend those funds. And as mentioned, had a couple of general fund tech adjustments. Those related to our water resilience package that we had from a few years back. We just need to extend the liquidation period to accommodate the needs there. And then we had a request for support authority for the water resilience package. There was some general fund solutions as part of the budget process, and we had to request funds that were swept that we need for staffing costs to administer some funds. So that was kind of a technical fix to a glitch there. And next slide, please. As mentioned, this is a little bit more detail on our SB 1188 ledge BCP. And the request was for $675,000 to cover 3 positions, as well as some contract funds. And this is going to be used to support Division of Drinking Water development of managerial and financial regulations that are required by 1188, and also to develop a portal with our Division of Information Technology to implement that. Next slide. And then AB 2454 was legislation to provide resources to allow basically to do some outreach on folks. The legislation is mandating that tenants of rental properties can have their well water tested if they're on a well. And so it's to provide some free well testing and to do outreach and ensure that we achieve compliance with this, kind of a new and developing area. Next slide. This is the Prop 4 item as discussed, and the slide that Joaquin was referring to, where we kind of have highlighted here the different areas that are being funded for the water board related to that. As you can see, most of them are in DFA, and this is not really a new thing as far as like how we receive bond funding. We've been doing this for longer than I've been here. And the Division of Financial Assistance is in charge of kind of disseminating and administering those funds. And most of the funding related to this package, as well as other bond related items, most of it's local assistance. So it's not money to support staffing or state operations at the water board necessarily. It's money that's passing through us through grant programs or other project needs. And same with this proposal here. We did not receive any positions related to this. We generally get a small administration pot that covers some of the staffing in DFA that administers these programs, but they do not provide us direct positions related to this proposal. Again, highly recommend for folks that are interested in Prop 4. The BCP, being that it's a statewide BCP, is rather large in detail, but there's some really good charts in there that outline how much money was going to each department and what projects and things those funds are for. So for folks that may be interested in a little more comprehensive deep dive into that, the BCP, like I said, is out there on DOF's website as well as our water board intranet site. Next slide, please. This is a BCP for implementation of our Sigma program. And we had a request basically to provide a loan from UST to support staffing in Sigma. It was for existing staffing. There's a little bit of a timing nuance with the Sigma program as far as when work is being done. It's supposed to be a fee supported program, but there's a little bit of a timing issue between when we're doing the work and when the fee revenue is anticipated to come in. So this is kind of a bridge loan to cover the staff costs that will ultimately be repaid through fee collection through Sigma implementation. And next slide. This is our BCP for the US EPA lead and copper rule revision. There's some new requirements that have to be met, and we had a request for staff to work on developing and implementing a system to ensure compliance with the new lead and copper rules, and some staffing in order to do that, as well as provide ongoing maintenance to the system. And next slide. This is the area where I'm going to remind folks again where we're at in the budget process, and this is an area that might be a little bit of interest. This is addressing some reductions to our positions through vacancies, as well as some other ongoing efficiencies. They have two different names here. We have them listed as budget letter 2420 and 2424, but also control section 4.12 and 4.05. The budget letters are the letters that Department of Finance sends out to departments directing us to take action. The control sections is where these things appear in the Budget Act. I know I've worked with some folks internally on some of these, and that's why I just wanted to have the reminder that kind of the way that we've worked through determining kind of where to make reductions and how to do those things, and those details are still confidential. They're being run through the legislative process aspect of the budget, much the way BCPs are. So until they are publicly released by finance and the legislator has had an opportunity to review and provide feedback, we can't really talk about the details of them. But I have prepared some very high level slides on the things that are public to just give a quick overview of it. And so we can go to the next slide, which is control section 412. And this was the budget is a little bit short right now, as is not uncommon from time to time. And one of the solutions that the administration has put forth is assuming a $1.5 billion savings. That is statewide. That's not to the water board. To basically eliminate vacant positions. So they took a look at departments and assessed how many vacancies each department had, and then they took a haircut off of that, and they're looking at eliminating 10,000 vacant positions statewide. And they've already assumed these savings as part of what they've put forth in the budgets. They've already kind of snatched the money, and then after the fact, sent us a budget letter to work on actually identifying those vacancies. I think that's about all there is to discuss regarding that item, and we can move on to the next one, which is control section 4.05. And this was labeled as an efficiency drill. Again, the budget assumed a savings of about $2.2 billion. And in the first year, and then $2.8 billion ongoing. And the idea conceptually was to reduce each department's operating budget by about 7.95%. And then we can go on to the next slide, which is the high level overview that I'd kind of mentioned earlier, and displays where we're at the water board as far as both of these cuts. And they were broken down by general fund versus other funds. Other funds being a lot of, our fee-based funds, such as our waste discharge permit fund, our safe drinking water fund. And so we have the 4.05, which is the government efficiency reduction of 7.95% to the overall operating budget. You can see there we took a haircut of about $33.85 million. And then we have the 4.12, which is the vacancy saving and position elimination drill. And that amounted to a savings of about 18.265 and was a 100 position reduction to our overall positions here at the Water Board, which before the drill, we're sitting at just over 2,800 for our entire department. And then we have a little slide at the bottom that just shows the total impact from both drills. This information was released as part of the budget release that Finance did, is why I'm able to share it. But that's as far as the details as I can go into regarding those two items. They will be addressed with the legislator as part of either the spring or the May revision process. And once more information comes out, we can discuss those with folks as desired. I think Candace is going to have a little bit of a reminder on that too. It's just where we're at in the process, both legislatively and as part of the budget process as well, that we're kind of mid-cycle right now. So we can't give the full picture. If we were having this meeting over the summer after the first of the fiscal year, there would be a lot more information available to share. But that is the conclusion of the budget update, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. I think we'll go to Candace and then we can do group joint questions and at the end.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name's Candace Cotton. I'm the new legislative director for the State Water Board. I started in July. I do not have any slides for you all. I'm just going to talk to you. I did include a list of high priority bills that the legislature or that this water board is watching as part of your materials. And, again, to Ryan's point, just a reminder kind of where we're at in the legislative cycle. This is we just began the first year of a new 2-year session. And all the bills are still in the first house. Most of them at this point are sitting either in their last policy or have gone off to appropriations or maybe perhaps died. But most bills at this point are sitting on the suspense file, waiting to go through the appropriations committee. This year, the legislature implemented a reduced bill limit. This is different from previous years. So they introduced a limit of 35 bills per legislator. Previously, the Senate had a 40 bill introduction limit, and that's over the 2-year session. And the Assembly had a 50 bill limit over the 2-year session. What you would think we would see was a decrease in the amount of bills introduced in the first year, and that is not what we saw. There were 2,350 bills total introduced this year, compared to 2,124 last year. Partially, that's due because we generally see more bills introduced in the first year of the 2-year cycle. So there is a little bit of a discrepancy there. It's not completely apples to apples comparison, but it is still an increase when we would have expected to see a decrease. There were also substantially more spot bills introduced this year. And, many of those had to be amended already, and they were amended into what I would consider substantially meatier bills than perhaps we would have seen otherwise. If I had a crystal ball, I would probably expect to see these bills become 2-year bills and kind of move into the second year. Just a quick highlight of some dynamics that are happening in the legislature right now. There's a relatively large freshman class this year, lots of new Assembly members and several new senators. And the Senate seats the districts were finally redistricted after the last census. And so there's some new lines. The senators are learning potentially some new district areas. And so there's also new chairs and committee makeups because of the incoming freshman class. And we, in both houses, have relatively new budget and appropriations chairs. And then, of course, there's always major themes. Every legislative cycle, especially with new members, you see some themes in the bills. One of this One major theme that we're seeing right now is a response to the wildfires. There's quite a few emergency preparedness bills, both in response to like funding, but also in kind of infrastructure and things like that. There's also a permitting reform package that is going through both houses. Assemblymember Wicks did a number of informational hearings over the interim where she brought a lot of stakeholders in and essentially talked about permitting. There's a report that came out of that, and which I'm proud to say that the water board's streamlining that we've done and the cutting the green tape initiatives were actually talked about quite nicely in that report. But we are still seeing a big package of permitting reform bills coming through. We're watching them closely, and we either already have engaged with your program staff on these bills, or we will if we haven't already. And then to Ryan and Joaquin's points about Proposition 4, every time a bond is passed, we generally see a number of bills introduced that would appropriate those funds for one thing or another. And there are a number of bills like that moving through the legislature right now that would appropriate Prop 4 funds for one thing or another. And I just want to take a minute to, since all of the regional folks are here, to, just say there's only one Office of Legislative Affairs, and we want to represent you all equally. And so even though I'm, stationed here at headquarters, I work at the State Water Board, I want to be a voice for all of the regions within the legislature as well, not just the State Board. So please feel free to reach out to me directly, and we, are happy to assist you all. I think that's it.
Great. Thank you both. And Candace, just really appreciative of your expertise in coming in. I know it's like, as you said, it's a busy legislative session. We have a lot of new members. And so your leadership has just been really appreciated in all of this. I know there's just always a lot coming in. And, insofar as if you were all having any incoming from any of the electeds, any assembly members or the senators, please do lean on Candace and the office to help, ensure that we are responsive to offices, that we get back on issues and are connecting them to our technical folks even, so that we are able to share the knowledge that the water boards has across many of the issues that the legislators are also here caring about. So a lot of the work you all are doing is really central to so many of the discussions happening in your communities at the local level. So it's a continuum of effort, and the more that we can all be communicative and help support each other, the better off we certainly are. So just thank you both. It's really appreciated. I didn't see, let me double check written questions, but does anyone have any questions now that they'd like to ask? Celeste, please. There's a mic right there that you can use.
Thank you, Joaquin. This goes back to the BCPs. I'd be remiss if I didn't yet again say San Diego beaches have been closed for years now, 100% closed. This is a very tourist-oriented economy in the island of Coronado and the beaches of San Diego. They're closed, dead closed. Communities of Imperial Beach who can't avoid going to the lake not to expose themselves to algal blooms. They live in Imperial Beach, that's their home, and they cannot breathe the air. They're being issued air purifiers now because the bacteria level is so great. And we're talking yet again, still continuously, about the unmitigated sheet flows of very intense, untreated sewer with heavy metals, a lot of maquiladora waste in addition to human waste that are flowing from Tijuana into San Diego. So we put in a BCP at every opportunity, and we always have for many years. And our allocation has always been zero. We have zero budget to monitor or permit or to review or to go to the countless meetings and the tremendous amount of advocacy that's required of us that we are happy and compelled to do, because It's important work. But the allocation of zero budget, yet again, just can't go unmentioned. So we would really hope for the day that our BCP would at least see the light of day and make it all the way to finance and let them kill it. And then we know who our enemies are. But we don't seem to be able to get that far. And I just think it's unconscionable, frankly.
I appreciate those honest opinions there, Celeste. It is something that we had higher up in our priority as we moved up, but it didn't make its way through the BCP process. But we'll, not unlike your continual submittal, we'll continue to support it here at the state board and appreciate you continuing to making sure we elevate and the concerns of certainly the community and what's going on in Tijuana, but also working with our federal counterparts there. And so do appreciate that. I know there are dollars looking to flow from the federal side. I believe actually the Prop 4 bond has border dollars, not enough to address the issue or be able to outright ameliorate it, but at least I know there are some dollars flowing from Prop 4.
Yeah, I'm not talking about capital. The federal government needs to step up and do that work for the capital investments, and they need to maintain their plant, and we will hold them to that. I'm talking about staff costs. We have zero staff allocated to the biggest threat to our county in San Diego County that gets national and international coverage all the time. It is really an embarrassment. We have no staff that we can allocate legally. I mean, we have no line item, no budget for that work. For the capital, that's a totally different story. But we're talking about for our staff, for our EO's time, for our staff members' times.
Yeah, we'll keep, like I said, we'll keep working with you in the region on that issue and appreciate always the leadership and concern, Celeste. So thank you. Yes.
I'm struck over and over again this morning, just listening to Celeste about how long it takes to get things done. And Candace, I'm interested now that you have all these freshman legislators. I mean, 40 years ago, I was a legislative staff member and my chair had been the chair for 2 decades because we didn't have term limits. And so I'm wondering, how does the state board go about educating and trying to bring up to speed this constantly new group of people whom you are trying to convince to make decisions?
It's a really great question, and I think a very valid one. Because I'm new here, I haven't really gone through the entire, 1 or 2 year cycle in this role yet, right? But I will say, that is something that's top of mind. I personally haven't done anything big, yet to educate a huge freshman class of legislators coming in. But we generally talk to author's office on what we call technical assistance. It's more of education, and it's piecemeal, right? If a legislator introduces a bill and it impacts our programs, we generally meet with them and try and educate them about the programs and the impacts that their bill would have on those programs. And that's engagement that is generally approved. And we do it in a more piecemeal way. I mean, I know that some of our other BDOs have done, bigger kind of educational days for staff as well as new legislators. Something, we might be able to put in the hopper as a potential idea later on. But it's not something that I have had a chance to do yet.
I will say what I have appreciated are some of just the summary fact sheets that your office has done just around like who the water boards are, what's our mission, what are some of the general statistics around, funding that's gone to the various districts. And I think to your point, there's a real opportunity for us to continue to deepen that. The work of the water boards is complex and technical, and it spans a lot. And so every opportunity that we can do to continue to deepen that understanding from the legislature and especially members as to who we are, what we do, the importance of the work, I think is just really critical, especially as, we have, as you said, Candace, a lot of new freshman members. So really appreciate that. And I think we have continued opportunity to make sure that we connect to the legislature in a way that helps them understand the work, have confidence, and ultimately, hopefully, support it as well. So, yes.
Sure, and thank you for both of your presentations. A question for Candace, and that is, you mentioned about the permit streamlining bills that are out there, cutting green tape. How about, and I've been reading, there's a number of bills that are introduced to try to reform CEQA. Would any of those impact the water boards or the state board?
So you're right. There are several CEQA streamlining or cutting bills. As I would say, there are every legislative session. CEQA is ever changing and evolving. Our read of the CEQA bills that are in process right now is that it doesn't impact water boards or the regional boards authorities under Porter-Cologne or the Clean Water Act. Just leave it there.
Thank you. Yes. No, I might need to grab another. No, it's battery. There we are.
Got it. All right. Hi, everyone. Sabrina Ashton. To go to this gentleman's point, I think that it's helpful that there is a lot of institutional knowledge from the staffers at the legislature and also the policy committee consultants. So that's, I think, a helpful tip or point. But I wanted to ask, with regard to kind of the buzzword of this legislative cycle of affordability, is that playing into any of the decisions that you're making, Candace, or that the conversations that you're having, or anything that we should be aware of that we could be doing?
I would say that budget always plays a role in what I do. I would just say it's, the fiscal costs. My staff are reaching out to your staff right now to try and iron out what our fiscals are on the bills that are going through the legislative cycle. And, I think to the extent that we can make those really tangible as it relates directly to our work, those fiscals that get published in the committee analyses for the appropriations committees end up acting as a historical record that we've asked and said that we need these resources. So to the extent that, when my staff reach out to your program staff, we can really nail down what those mean. It always has to be for the bill in print, not what we wish the bill could do, not if we expect amendments. It has to be as it is right now. But to the extent that we can help you all build that, institutional memory of a resource need, we want to do that.
And I will say affordability is definitely a big topic that folks are focused on. And when it comes to our regulatory work, there's definitely a nexus as, we make determinations on policies or programs that have cost. And I think that that's where, we'll continue. Cost has always been a critical part of the discussions we have. It's what, our regulated entities, will often kind of refer back to as to, why we need to do balancing within it. And it's important because there is a real concern around cost of living and the costs that, our work have necessarily out there. But it's really important to talk about the benefits as well. And I think that that's where, it's sometimes what's missing amongst the affordability or cost discussions that we also often hear in our spaces is the quantification of the benefits, which always seem to be a little harder and not as salient to some as just the outright cost number. So important question. And I think it is something that I know we all manage within our own decision-making spaces at the regional boards and at the state boards, certainly when we're considering, new regulations or, permit decisions. And that might get explored a little actually tomorrow in our difficult decision-making discussion, because that's certainly part of the difficulty oftentimes. And when we're asking folks to do things is who's going to pay for it? What does that ultimately have on affordability in communities? And so I really appreciate that question. All right, other questions? Norma, please.
Yeah, there you go. Norma Camacho, Region 2.
I was wondering, in light of the budget discussion and in light of Prop 4, with the wildfires that have occurred in LA, there is an opportunity there to rebuild with more resilience, especially our water infrastructure. So is there any thought of carving out, and you don't have to answer this, but I'm just broadcasting it out there, carving out some of those funds, even if it's on a short-term basis, to help with the rebuilding process, so that we don't build quickly and expeditiously again to have the same problem occur with the next set of wildfires. And so there is an opportunity there to build it right and build it strong. So I'm wondering if there have been some discussions or thoughts about that.
Well, I'm not sure how much of that role would fall under our organization, but I can tell you, Candace and I yesterday were in a budget hearing, and we heard them discussing that very aspect as far as resilience and home hardening. And it was more related to they were evaluating how the greenhouse gas reduction fund is being used and kind of considering whether there should be some carve outs to help with that, to prevent that, also to help as kind of a dual aspect with the home insurance issues that are going on. But again, I would let program folks weigh in. They'd know better than I do, but I'm not sure how much of our role here would be involved with some of those rebuilding efforts. I know we've been overseeing some of the cleanup efforts, and we've been certainly in the budget office. You guys have been getting a lot of emails from us tracking that time and whatnot, because we potentially seek reimbursement from the federal government, but that's kind of a separate issue. But the legislator is considering those things and having those discussions. We heard it yesterday in the budget hearing.
And just to piggyback on that really quick, there are a number of Prop 4 bills that address water infrastructure directly, and like home hardening, emergency water supplies, that type of thing.
Great. Thank you. Great question. David.
I just wanted to pick up on what Norma was asking, because I do think it does touch the water board, which is it isn't just a matter of money for home hardening, but it is a matter of money to deal with contamination issues. So if the feds are going to clear away 6 inches of soil, the issue is what is below that 6 inches, and what is the amount of money that's going to be taken in order to clean that up, in order to make sure that the insurers will insure, and the lenders will lend, and the investors will invest. So I think I'm translating for you, if I may, Norma, but I think the question is go beyond the home hardening issue, and so for us as the regional board, this becomes very much part and parcel of what we're dealing with as we look at after the monitoring is being done for ocean contamination, septic systems, and so on. So if there was additional money to help homeowners who are already traumatized, and our region as a whole, what does build back better? What does that mean? There's a lot of call to just grandfather what was being done before, but that just invites the same catastrophe all over again. So I think this is the thrust of the question, is whether in Prop 4 and elsewhere we can find pots of money to help, our traumatized residents. Having said that, I'm not expecting any answer from you, because I can see that none is forthcoming. So.
They're great points and important questions, and certainly, larger than just necessarily the water board's role. It delves into the relationship with the feds and the money being able to be drawn down there. But I think we're looking to make sure we're just being flexible and open, and able to figure out if there are opportunities with Prop 4. I think that the challenge is that, as you heard, we're just requesting now for dollars for next year then potentially. And so process-wise, the need is incredibly immediate, and the recovery is happening now. So those are really important questions, and I think that we can certainly work with our Cal EPA counterparts and others as we get in there and try to do our best to support what I know is a lot going on, and a concern that you move too fast and you don't comprehensively address things. And then that balance between the expectations from a lot of folks to be able to move faster and the time it takes to unpack truly what are a lot of complex interwoven issues, to your point, even on the septic and access to sanitation side, which I think of Altadena and the concerns. I mean, those were longstanding concerns prior to the fire, but now with the fire and all the investment and discussion is the time to really be having those. So really appreciate the continued leadership of the regional board on these topics. And I think we'll do our best to continue to try to answer. Thank you, David. Please, Alexis.
Excuse me, apropos David and Norma's points, both the County of LA and the City of LA get a very substantial grant award from the State Board through the State Revolving Fund Awards. If they were to want to change amend existing awards to set aside a portion, for example, to go from septics to sewer collection system, is that something that the State Board is open to? Because that's a lot of money. Not every last cent gets spent, and they are saying that it's terribly important to build back better. And septics is one of those things that's right in our collective wheelhouse here. And I'm wondering, is that something that could be entertained?
What we don't have here is Joe Karkowski, who's our head of the Division of Financial Assistance. And so I don't know the answer to that. I know there have been instances where we've expanded the scope of ongoing work. I think of Needles. They had an emergency situation. We had an ongoing SRF project with them. We were able to get in there and amend that. I think there is some opportunity, but I think it would really depend on what those existing SRF applications. I know we have a large clean water SRF project with folks in LA. Actually, I don't think it's LA DWP. I think it's LA County SAN. But either way, really appreciate the question. I'll forward it along to Joe and work with the regions there as well and see if there's a desire first and foremost, and then what the opportunities are.
Thank you. I think it's worthwhile. Can I just ask a completely different question? With regard to the budget change proposals for lead and copper rule implementation, if you should be so fortunate as to get those 7 or 8 positions, or maybe you're further along in the process, I don't want to explore that, but I think one of the things that's really hard for the public is to understand what a lead exceedance is. And while those positions could be totally dedicated to sort of the technical side of implementation, if we could spare some thought as to how we could communicate lead exceedances differently. Lead is so unique in the Safe Drinking Water Act in that it doesn't just have a number that you exceed. It has this really complicated way, as others who know far more about this, like my executive officer than do I, but I always, when I was at EPA, I always struggled to be able to communicate, whether it was in Fresno or somewhere else, what a lead exceedance was and how we would go about fixing it. And it's so convoluted, the whole sampling scheme, the whole averaging, where it is in the system. The public just doesn't want to know that the school drinking water fountains are shut down for lead exceedance. They want something far more simple and actionable. And I'm just hoping that as we go down the next phase of lead and copper rule, that we find a way to communicate in ways that we can be well understood. I don't think we can change its arcane structure, but if there's an opportunity, it's not in our favor. It's like a 19th century reg.
Thank you. And I do agree, Alexis, and it's, especially on the drinking water side, I know we've had conversations around this internally, whether it's arsenic, whether it's, emerging contaminants of concern like PFAS, being able to better communicate to the public, what are the risks, what does it mean, and, where does it, kind of fit in what are, we know, a lot of known contaminants out there insofar as that public health impact. I think there are tools that we should be better developing and using to really communicate that risk. And I think that definitely extends to lead. We'll pass it along to Division of Drinking Water, especially as the lead and copper rule gets into implementation. And I think that communication component is going to be really important. So appreciate those points. All right. Any other questions for our folks up here? All right, hearing none. Round of applause and thanks. All right, and what we have next is our first round of updates from our regional water quality control boards. And so we have regions 1, 2, 3, and 4, North Coast, San Francisco Regional Board, Central Coast, and Los Angeles. So I invite you folks to come on up. Thank you very much. Looking forward to hearing these updates.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad that I get to go first instead of having to go after any of these brilliant folks. I'm Valerie Quinto, Executive Officer with the North Coast region. We're number 1. Next slide, please. So we were asked to share about 3 important issues that are currently important in our region, and I chose 3 pretty broad issues that I'm going to get into a few details on, so I'll try to talk fast and stick to my time. Next slide, please. So first up on enforcement, and these photos don't necessarily have anything to do with the content. I just like to give you something pretty to look at. So this is not an enforcement site. But I wanted to highlight a few things related to enforcement going on in our region. The first that I'll get into a little more detail on the next slide is a new strategy that our staff recently worked with Office of Enforcement to develop regarding cannabis enforcement. And so I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. On the topic of enforcement, I also wanted to note that our region is experiencing a really significant challenge with non-compliance at industrial and construction stormwater sites. And so that's, I believe, kind of the next frontier after our cannabis enforcement strategy is to develop a similar strategy for stormwater enforcement to figure out how we can be effective at that, given the really huge workload and the very limited resources we have. And then finally, on enforcement, I just wanted to note a little bit of kudos to our staff, just more formal enforcement going on in some of our programs that historically have not had that focus. And so, for example, our forestry program and our 401 certification program, we're seeing more formal enforcement actions come out of those programs where those are needed. And so that's kind of an exciting element of our enforcement work. Next slide, please. So going a bit deeper into the cannabis enforcement strategy, again, this photo is really green, but it is not cannabis. In December, our staff presented this new strategy to our board. And really the purpose of this strategy, which we worked on very closely with Office of Enforcement, is to deal with some unique challenges of cannabis cultivation in our region. Those challenges include that we have about 2,400 enrolled cannabis sites in our region, and we have thousands more illegal sites in our region. Formal enforcement at these sites has been very labor intensive. It has taken, with the enforcement actions to date, it's taken an average of 130 days to issue clean-up abatement orders, and it's taken an average of 500 days to issue administrative civil liability complaints. And that is just not effective when we have the number of staff we do and the scale of the industry, and particularly the unregulated industry that we have to deal with. So our staff developed and our board expressed support for a new strategy of enforcement that includes, it's a pretty lengthy strategy, but I thought I'd highlight kind of the big items. in that strategy, and that includes expediting cleanup and abatement orders for sites that have simple remedial actions. So an example of that would be a site that requires actions to protect water quality, but those actions don't necessarily require like an engineer to come out and do a design. They're things that are simpler to implement and document. And so our staff developed I believe it's a 4-page template for a cleanup and abatement order, compared with, what might be 20 pages for our other CAOs. And so they're now using this template to be able to expedite issuing cleanup and abatement orders so that we can get cleanup at these simpler sites faster and with less staff time required. Our staff are also taking the strategy now of prioritizing penalty assessments quicker for sites that have egregious discharges and threats to water quality and when cleanup and abatement orders are violated. And so this is a delicate balance. Our enforcement process for these sites has involved a lot of compliance assistance. And that's part of why it's taking that many days to issue these formal actions. And so this strategy is in these particular cases to move much quicker to penalty assessment to make more efficient use of our resources. And then finally, in certain specific instances to be issuing time schedule orders. And a lot of that comes down to if there's a site where there's a cleanup and abatement order and we think there's a chance of actually getting the cleanup done, and we think a time schedule order can assist in making that happen. And so our board is seeing their first proposal for a time schedule order at next week's board meeting that is following this strategy for a cannabis site. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to launch into a little bit about what we have going on with ag permitting, which was our second issue area for the region. And I would just want to, I'll say over a decade ago, our board made the decision to, rather than issuing one irrigated lands order for our entire region, to issue irrigated lands orders specific to specific commodities and geographies. And so with that, we have a few different ag orders in development, and I'm going to highlight kind of what's special about each one. So first, a long time coming, our board is, we're in the process of developing an order for commercial vineyards in our region, which we have about 65,000 acres of vineyard in our region. And so this is a little bit overdue that we have such an order. And it's been through a couple of workshop and one hearing with our board and scheduled to come back to our board in June. The order as proposed would require enrollment in the watersheds of our region that have the greatest concentration of this land use, and also for growers that have a combined holding of 5 acres or more of vineyard. The primary pollutants we're looking at are sediment and temperature, but we also need to make sure we're incorporating the statewide precedential requirements from the East San Joaquin order. And so we're looking at some other pollutants too in terms of those requirements. A couple of things that are interesting about this permit are, one, that our vineyard industry in these watersheds has really significant track record of participation in voluntary sustainability efforts. And so we've put a lot of thought and care into trying to thread the needle of really leveraging those efforts and honoring those efforts while also making sure that we have the level of oversight that's required of us by the non-point source policy. Second of all, we really want the requirements of the order to account for threat and complexity at the wide range of vineyard sites in our region. But the challenge is that makes the order more complicated. And so it's really a balancing act of, trying to bring something that's as simple as possible, being responsive to industry requests that are valid requests, and then winding up with a lengthier and more complex permit. So hopeful that we'll get that one over the finish line soon. Next slide, please. The next vastly different footprint, the next commodity we're working on is Easter lily bulbs. These are up in the Smith River Plain, which is the very, very north end of the state. It's closer to go to a restaurant in Oregon than it is to go to a restaurant in California if you're in the Smith River Plain. There are about 1,000 acres total of cultivation, and it's even smaller than that because they rotate. So every year there's about 250 acres in cultivation. But we are developing a permit specifically for this land use because it's pretty unique in terms of ag commodities in our region. The most unique aspect of this is that the water quality concern primarily is copper toxicity to aquatic life. And then the other thing that makes this issue really unique is that there are really significant concerns in the community about pesticides and the impacts of pesticides on public health. And so, many of those issues are outside of our purview as a regional water board. And so we've been doing a lot of work coordinating with OEHA and DPR and the county ag commissioner. And I think in some cases, going a little bit above and beyond to try to make sure that those community concerns that are outside of our purview are being addressed in tandem with our permitting process. Next slide, please. And then finally, for ag permits, we're also working on waste discharge requirements for ag in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. We're talking about around 85,000 acres of agricultural land here. The impairments that we're looking at are sediment just in the Scott River, temperature in both watersheds, and dissolved oxygen just in the Shasta River. And we actually have had waivers in place for these ag producers since 2006. But a really big change is that those waivers have never required enrollment or fees. And so this has been a long time coming. This change to waste discharge requirements that will require enrollment will more comprehensively and equitably apply to all the ag producers in the watersheds. And so it's a big step for us. And also given the, significant variance of opinion about agricultural regulation in Siskiyou County, it's going to be a lively one. So the other thing that may make this lively is that the TMDLs identify stream flow, groundwater inflow, and spring flow, that one's specific to Shasta River, as controllable factors in temperature. And so we're going to have to think more creatively and in closer coordination with Division of Water Rights as we craft this permit and as we implement and continue to try to improve water quality in these watersheds. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my third issue for our region that's continues to be important, has been important in our region forever, is roads. And we have a couple of either multi-county or region-wide permits that provide a permitting avenue for folks that are doing maintenance or construction work on rural roads in our region. And those are great tools, but they don't compel anyone to do anything they weren't already going to do. So we have all these significant erosion sites on roads in our region. And right now, other than as part of other permitting processes like timber harvest plan processes, most of those roads in our region are, no one is compelling them to do work to stem those sediment sources. And that is changing because in the Wallala River watershed, we have an EPA established sediment TMDL that was established in 2001. It has never been explicitly incorporated into our basin plan with a watershed specific TMDL action plan. We do have a region-wide sediment TMDL implementation policy, but we had a lawsuit about this fact that there isn't a specific action plan in our basin plan. We settled that lawsuit, and what we are doing as part of that settlement is developing an action plan for that watershed, and then developing a roads order for the Wallala River watershed that would actually compel owners of rural roads on properties above a certain acreage threshold to inventory, assess, and treat their roads. And this is huge. This is a, many of these are not properties that are drawing any commercial value. These might just be large residential properties, vacation properties, properties that are not being managed in a commercial way. And so this is going to be, we're trying to get really creative with our outreach and engagement because this is going to impact folks that have never been exposed to our regulatory programs before. And it's going to be a big change. And we're starting in this small watershed in the southern part of our region, but sediment is the number one impairment in our region. And so this is something that really is needed region-wide in some form or another. So please wish us luck. Next slide. That's it, or that might have been my last slide. Okay, there's my name and contact info if you want to get a hold of me. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Eileen White, and I'm the Executive Officer for the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board, also known as Region 2 within the 9 regional boards and state board. Next slide, please. Today, I'll be sharing the priorities for our region, and I'm going to do so by way of our strategic work plan. The strategic work plan covers who we are, providing an overview of the water boards, our mission, and our organizational priorities. It describes what we do, with brief descriptions of each of our water quality programs. It describes our priorities, both organizational priorities and associated actions and program priorities for each of our water programs. And then it includes our performance measures and targets for each of the 2 fiscal year periods it's covering. We cover, since there's 9 different regional boards, we cover the 9-county San Francisco Bay region. Our regional boundaries are based on watersheds. This map shows the boundary in black with the color lines showing streams, perennial in dark blue, intermittent in light blue, and canals, ditches, and coastlines in yellow. Our region runs from the North Bay wine country near Valerie to Silicon Valley, and from the Altamont Pass to the Pacific Ocean. Next slide, please. The strategic work plan reflects our shared values and passion for serving the public and protecting the Bay Area's water resources. The strategic work plan was developed to provide an overview of what we do and to create transparency about our work to the public we serve. It describes our overarching organizational priorities, which I'll be talking about in more detail, and then the water quality programs we implement to achieve our mission. We have utilized our strategic work plan and our engagements with the various community organizations to advance our racial equity and environmental justice actions, as well as to attract, retain, and engage a talented, diverse, and inclusive workforce in support of our mission. The strategic work plan is dynamic, enabling us to respond to future challenges and changing priorities. We use the work plan to report out each year to our board on our accomplishments, and we are committed to updating it on a biannual basis. Next slide, please. The strategic work plan is a roadmap that guides us in achieving our mission. This is the table of contents shown here, and it includes our priorities and targets for each program. Next slide, please. So if you're wondering what exactly we do at the Water Board, this table by the numbers is included in our strategic work plan. This is by no means a comprehensive listing of our work, but it gives a sense of the scope of the work, at least some of our programs. Beginning from the top, it shows the number of water quality certifications we typically issue per year, then the number of NPDES permits and recycled water programs, and following that, the number of various types of regulated facilities or sites, including industrial, construction, landfills, cleanup cases. I want to point out, if you look at the number of NPDES permits, they're not all equal. Tomorrow, you're going to hear about a difficult decision our board had to make in adopting a nutrient watershed permit. That permit was years in the making with extensive public outreach to all the stakeholders to have a successful outcome versus just updating a standard NPDES permit for a wastewater plant. So the work plan is really what guides us in the work we do each year, and it also tells the public what we do. I've used it a lot as we've gone out to community organizations, and they're like, what does the Water Board do? What does San Francisco PUC do? What does EPA do? What does Cal EPA? What's the State Water Board, the Air Board? I can't keep track of all these acronyms they say. And I'm like, here, and we have a 2-page overview, and then we have the complete document. So it's been really helpful. Next slide, please. So the strategic work plan lays out both our key broad organizational priorities and then the particular program priorities by water programs. I'm not going to go through those in detail today. What I really want to focus on is our 3 overarching organizational priorities that permeate every single program that we do. And what those are is it includes implementing climate actions, addressing environmental justice and advancing racial equity, and advancing our workforce planning and development efforts. Next slide, please. We incorporate climate actions into all our program activities, and we utilize our authority at the regional boards to advance climate adaptation planning, coordination, technical assistance, and permitting. We recognize that addressing climate change is critical for the long-term protection of water quality. What I'd like to do is give you a few examples of what we have as far as our actions to address climate change that are laid out in our strategic work plan. Next, please. So for basin planning, we're developing climate change and riparian area protection policy. Next, please. For wastewater and flood protection infrastructure renewal, our priority is to ensure climate change resilience in wastewater infrastructural renewal projects. And we're asking each of the wastewater utilities within our region to do a vulnerability assessment, since so many of them are located along the bay and are subject to sea level rise. Next, please. For the municipal stormwater program, a priority is to support municipal implementation of multi-benefit green stormwater infrastructure designs that address polluted runoff and achieve co-benefits, such as climate change resilience and water supply resilience. Next, please. And in the site cleanup and underground storage tank programs, we address potential adverse impacts from sea level rise and groundwater rise by requiring vulnerability assessments at our cleanup sites. Next slide, please. In September of 2023, we presented to our board our Racial Equity and Environmental Justice Action Plan. This action plan describes both our current and ongoing actions and plan next steps. The plan's focus is communities that experience environmental racism or environmental injustice. The action plan first describes actions that are completed office-wide: relationship building, work prioritization, workforce planning and development, followed by actions taken in each of the 4 work plan categories by our water programs. We aim to build and sustain relationships with environmental justice communities throughout our region, and we're making sure that we're educating our staff on how to do that. Everyone who comes into the water board have come in at different times with different backgrounds. And so we've put on some training programs to educate all of us about how can we do this better? How can we reach out to the communities? And the one thing we know now, we don't go out and talk to them. We go out and listen to them. And then we're there to share information and to hear from them their concerns. So that was kind of the first step in building the process and building the foundation with our staff as far as connecting with the communities within our service area. And it was really fun. As an example, recently, I took one of our new staff out to a Hunters Point meeting and had them observe. And afterwards, I said, I thought I was going to have to answer questions. And they were really surprised that no, it was about listening and listening to the concerns and the issues, and then making sure that we're responding to their concerns and issues. And then now what I want to do is kind of walk through some of the actions we're doing. So next slide, please. So for the basin planning, we're designating tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and beneficial uses in the basin plan. Next, please. In our surface water and ambient monitoring program, we're continuing to key monitor and educational outreach to the underrepresented communities, and we're working with them to do monitoring in the local creeks and telling them about what we learned about the monitoring. Next, please. And our site cleanup and underground storage tank program, we apply the environmental justice lens to inform our cleanup priorities, and we're prioritizing our cleanup sites in the disadvantaged communities. Next, please. And then the last priority that I want to talk about, that's another organizational priority, is our workforce planning and development. We can't accomplish anything at the water board for our water programs without our staff. Since the pandemic, over 90 new employees have been hired on to the Regional Water Quality Control Board in San Francisco. We're very fortunate that we continue to recruit, retain, and engage a highly diverse workforce that represents the communities that we serve. And we're continuing to work on that. But as we're bringing in new staff, we got to make sure we're investing in them. Like we invest in protecting water quality, we have to invest in the staff that we're hiring. We got to make sure we're training them. We got to make sure we're listening to them. What is it that inspires them? What makes them get excited to come to work every day? And so we're working with our diverse team to make sure that they stay as engaged and as excited about the work we do. Some of the things we've done, part of our leadership goal for 2025, my focus is managing for success. And over my tenure, we've been leading our organization through some changes. It's a new era of accountability. I really expect people to respond to the public within 24 hours. There's no more people calling 10 times and not getting a response. If nothing else, you acknowledge, I received your email. I'm going to look into the issue and I'll get back to you within X number of days. We're being really responsive to the public and helping them solve their problems. So it's a kind of a different of a mindset. Through this strategic work plan, everyone's clear on what we need to do, and they're clear on what our priorities are. Some other things we've done to engage our staff is we have some really great onboarding activities, and we've done a lot of in-house training that has been really useful for our new staff. Some of the training we put on is evidence-based decision-making, where everyone came in person, and it was put on by some of our senior staff, where the new staff got to learn about how we use evidence to make our decisions. We also put on some training on contaminants of emerging concern. A lot of staff weren't aware of PFAS and how they're everywhere we are and what's being done about PFAS. We also put on some training with regard to educating our staff on racial equity and environmental justice. So we've really been doing a lot to make sure our staff feel valued, they feel appreciated, and they're recognized for their work. Next week, we'll have an ice cream social where we're going to have everybody come in, and it's the managers and the executive officers that are going to serve the staff ice cream in appreciation for the work we do. So we're really trying to build this culture of appreciation that you came to a place where we value what we do, and we're really fortunate to have the honor and privilege to work for the public to protect water quality. So that's our final, next slide, please, that our final initiative is workforce planning and then development, because our own team is as important as the water we protect. Thank you.
All right. So I don't have as many graphics. Following Eileen and Valerie is very difficult. The engineer in me, it's a lot of words. Not even that many words, actually. I probably should have gone the way of Candace and just not had slides, but we'll go with it anyways. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Lodge. I'm the Central Coast Water Board Executive Officer. I went a little bit different approach from the first two presentations. I'm going to talk about 3 projects at the Central Coast Water Board that we're working on that are significant to us and also very relevant to State Water Board. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be discussing our alternative water supply program, our Diablo Canyon Power Plant permitting project, and a CalAm desalination project, which is on the Monterey Peninsula. Next slide, please. So our alternative water supply program was directed by State Board. Our agricultural order was adopted in 2021 by our board. It was petitioned by growers, the ag industry, and also environmental justice groups. In 2023, the State Water Board remanded it back to us with instructions to make some changes, most notably reducing or removing some of our enforceable limits for nitrogen application requirements, but also directing us to develop an alternative water supply program. That program will need to provide short-term and long-term alternative water supplies to residents, and it's for residents that rely on groundwater that is impacted from agricultural operations that have nitrate exceedances above the drinking water standard. We're also directed to consider the experiences from other programs, such as the CV Salts program in the Central Valley region, also our own Salinas Basin Agricultural Stewardship Group program. And we have to include discussions with representatives from the ag industry, environmental justice groups, the communities that are impacted, in addition to State Water Board staff or counterparts at the State Water Board. So we've been working on this since late 2023, engaging with representatives from the ag community and also environmental justice groups, again, working with Department of Finance and also Division of Drinking Water staff. Next slide, please. And also, I do want to acknowledge the help from our Central Valley colleagues in giving some information about their experience with the CV Salts program. So our preliminary development, our preliminary program development includes building a regulatory framework. We're initially planning on including requirements within our ag order. So we've made revisions to the ag order based on, again, removing enforceable limits for nitrogen application. And then in parallel to that, we're developing language that relates to our alternative water supply that we'll include in the WDRs, or that's the plan right now. We're also planning on developing a voluntary agreement for dischargers to enroll in that program. In addition to that, parallel, we're developing a cost and needs assessment. So you're probably aware that State Board has a cost and needs assessment for drinking water. We receive data from State Board staff specific to the Central Coast region. So we have a staff that are developing that cost and needs assessment, and it's also specific to nitrate impacts. So we are planning on releasing that, the short-term version of it, or there's a evaluation of short-term needs and also long-term. The long-term needs are a lot more complex, as you can imagine. So we're going to release the short-term version shortly and engage with the broader public on a discussion about that. It's not only the cost that will help inform how much the growers are going to need to kick in and pay for that, but also what the needs are, identifying where we have exceedances and what residents will be eligible for the program. Next slide, please. So next steps, we are going to, again, solicit public input in the summer, this summer and into the fall. As you can imagine, it's a very complex undertaking. It's a drinking water program for a regional board. It's a little bit outside of our area of expertise, as you can imagine, but we're building that internal expertise, again, with help from State Board staff along the way. We plan to and have some public workshops and then draft language in our WDRs, again, for that alternative water supply program. And this is especially critical for our region. Our region is very groundwater dependent. 85% to 90% of our residents rely on groundwater for drinking water purposes. So it's particularly important for us. We have a significant ag industry within our region, so there are significant impacts that have been documented. We also have a free well testing program that helps inform the need within our region. And also it's critical because it's honoring our human right to water and providing safe drinking water to those in most in need. So next slide. So another significant project we have is the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. This facility is a nuclear facility. It produces, it's actually not accurate, it's 9% about the California state electricity. It was initially planned to be decommissioned actually in 2025. Several years ago, it was recognized that the renewable energy sources were not going to be enough to make up for that closure. So the state legislature and the governor provided incentives to PG&E. It's operated by Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Incentives to PG&E to keep the facility open and operating until the renewable energy supplies could make up that difference. So at this point, there's an expectation that it will continue to operate through at least through 2030. It's the latest estimate. It's a significant discharge. It discharges 2.5 billion. That's with a B gallons per day of cooling water. That's a significant discharge. They are in the process of getting a new Nuclear Regulatory Commission license, PG&E is. So part of that licensing requires that we actually issue a 401 certification for the project, certifying that the project meets state requirements. In order to do that, we need to update their NPDES permit. That permit has been administratively extended for several decades. Actually, it's a 1990 permit. So one thing that PG&E wants us to do is to issue the 401 certification, sooner rather than later, so that they can get their license renewed. But in order to do that, we need to update the NPDES permit, because that will ensure that they are meeting state standards. So we're going as quickly as we can. We received an application package just a few weeks ago, but we're continuing to work with PG&E. We're tentatively trying to get this on our board's agenda later in 2026. We plan to do some workshops later, probably later this year, early next year. As you can imagine, there's a lot of public interest in this project. The public has very strong attitudes about this one way or another. It's a large employer within the county, but it's also nuclear power, which is a lightning rod for a lot of folks. So to say there's significant public interest is probably an understatement. And next slide. The final project I'm going to cover is our Cal-Am project. It's a desalination project on the Monterey Peninsula. It's actually associated with a water rights diversion cease and desist order on the Carmel River. So this will help augment or replace some of that water. It does not have an open ocean intake, though. It's a slant wells along the coast will pull in water. They will treat it. But it does require a marine life mortality determination on the outfall. And it will not have a new outfall. It will go to the Monterey 1 wastewater treatment plant. So they'll treat the water, the brine discharge or reject will go to the Monterey 1 facility, which is an existing wastewater treatment plant, and it will get blended into the effluent. But it will potentially require modifications of that outfall, just because of the different density of the water as it's going out into the ocean. Rather than it just being closer to fresh water, it'll have more salt in it. And it's also significant. There's significant public interest in this project because it potentially can be perceived as growth inducing. It's been a long time coming. There have been lawsuits involved with this, and the Public Utilities Commission has been involved. And also it's a discharge to the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. So it's a sensitive habitat. So that in itself will bring out a lot of public interest in that project. So, and that is it for me. I don't have a thank you slide or a who am I, but appreciate your time. And here you go, Sue.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon. My name is Susana Redondo, and I'm the Executive Officer for the LA Water Board, or Region 4. Today, I'll be sharing the Los Angeles Water Board's response to the 2025 Southern California wildfires, one of the most challenging events our region has faced to date. I'll focus on 3 key areas: how we protected water quality, supported impacted communities, and coordinated efforts across agencies under extreme conditions. On January 7th, hurricane-force winds fueled devastating fires, the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire, causing widespread destruction and posing serious threats to water quality. The Palisades Fire burned 23,707 acres and destroyed 6,837 structures. The Eaton Fire burned 14,021 acres and destroyed 9,418 structures. In response, the LA Water Board worked closely with State Water Board's Emergency Management Program, EMP, to support emergency operations. Our staff joined EMP staff at the Cal OES Incident Command Structure, ensuring close coordination with federal, state, and local agencies. For example, EMP and LA Water Board staff were deployed to the Cal OES Watershed Debris Flow Task Force. This task force focused on rapidly deploying best management practices, BMPs, ahead of the incoming winter storms. Outside of the command structure, our staff focused on expediting permitting to allow for safe, rapid debris management without delay. Thanks to these efforts, we helped to safeguard critical water resources during the heavy rain events that followed just days after the fires. Next slide, please. Early on, we partnered with LA County Department of Public Health to conduct water testing at 12 beaches and multiple storm drains. Water samples were analyzed for metals, nutrients, polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs. These are chemicals that appear in runoff following California wildfires. We built on lessons learned from the Feather River Watershed Working Group to develop the list of chemicals. In later events, we expanded testing to include PFAS, asbestos, and volatile organic compounds, VOCs. The board compared ocean water quality results to the US EPA risk-based screening levels for recreation in water and ocean plan objectives for fish consumption. The findings were the following. Metals and PAHs were detected in ocean water samples. All detections were below recreational risk screening levels except arsenic at several sites and events, PAHs at 2 sites for 1 event each. However, these detections were within the expected background concentrations. No VOCs or PCBs were detected during the sampling event. We will continue ongoing monitoring to protect public health and the environment. Next slide, please. We also collected beach sediment and sand samples from 11 beaches and 4 storm drains or creek outfalls, covering the area Zuma Beach to just beyond Torrance Beach. Our first sampling event took place from February 25th through February 27th, and we're planning a second round of sampling just before Memorial Day weekend. We compared the sediment and beach sand results against the US EPA California specific residential soil risk screening levels. Similar to the ocean water samples, we detected metals and PAHs in the sediment and sand. All detections were below residential risk screening levels with the exception of arsenic at several sites during different events. However, the arsenic concentrations were consistent with natural background levels for our region. Importantly, no PCBs were detected in any of the sediment or sand samples. As mentioned earlier, we are scheduling another round of sediment and sand sampling later this month. In addition, we partnered with SWRCB to coordinate all post-fire monitoring activities being conducted by state and local agencies, NGOs, and academic institutions. SWRCB will also oversee quality assurance, quality control procedures, and standardized methodologies across efforts, ensuring we obtain accurate and reliable data. This proactive monitoring work has provided the public with science-based reassurance regarding both water quality and sediment conditions. Next slide, please. In response to the 2025 wildfires, debris removal is occurring in 2 distinct phases to ensure public and environmental safety. Phase 1, hazardous material removal. FEMA assigned the mission to Phase 1 to the US EPA. Once hazardous material has been removed and cleared, Phase 2 begins with a focus on safely removing asbestos-containing materials, followed by structural ash and debris. FEMA assigned this critical phase to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, ensuring careful handling of the remaining debris. As a regional water board, we regulate landfill operations by issuing waste discharge requirements designed to protect groundwater and surface water. In this case, we enrolled 3 local landfills in the statewide order for disaster-related waste. We reassured the public that fire debris is accepted only in lined landfill cells, equipped with full leachate collection systems to prevent groundwater contamination. Landfills are also required to maintain full stormwater BMPs during debris disposal operations. Recognizing public concerns about post-fire debris disposal, we took a proactive measure beyond regulatory requirements. We directed certain landfill operators to voluntarily monitor for hexavalent chromium as an added layer of protection for nearby communities. In addition, we also work closely with Cal EPA and local partners to coordinate public outreach, ensuring clear, transparent, and consistent messaging to build and maintain community trust. Next slide, please. And before I close, I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible support we received and continue to receive. First, to our emergency management program, in particular, Crystal Taylor, who's not here today, but she did an outstanding job coordinating during this exceptionally difficult time. To DWQ, thank you for your technical expertise and for quickly providing critical references like the Ocean Plan and SWRCB contract guidance that helped us navigate this response. To OEMA, we appreciate your work in enabling rapid access to laboratory and central funds. You helped remove critical barriers when time was of the essence. A sincere thank you to OCC. I don't know where Michael Lawfer's at, but thank you. There he is, for their swift action on executive orders and permitting. And to the comms team, Jackie was here earlier, for all her help and her team's help, helping us inform the public and supporting us in all the media inquiries that are still coming in to this day. And thank you to the contracts, budget, and accounting teams for helping expedite the contract for beach sediment and monitoring. I also want to express my deepest gratitude to our board members who led the recovery discussions internally to ensure strong regional coordination. Your leadership truly made a difference. And finally, on a personal note, I wanted to thank each of the regional executive officers, either the ones that are here or online. Each one of them personally reached out to me, offering resources without hesitation, recognizing the scale and urgency of this emergency. I know how stretched all of you are, and your willingness to step forward to help this region speaks volumes about your leadership and your commitment to our mission. Your generosity and solidarity in our time of need means more than I can express. Also, thank you to Joaquin and Eric Oppenheimer. Very early on, we met, and thank you for leading the team as well. So thank you truly from the LA region. This concludes my presentation.
And the thanks goes back to you as well, Susanna, please. Each and every one of you are incredible leaders, and we're very, very fortunate for your continued dedication to all this work. So thank you, Susanna, for those acknowledgements, and right back at you as well. So we have one question that's been typed in so far, and anyone feel free to take this on. As an executive officer, what are the top 3 things board members can do to be responsible and supportive partners in your work?
Ooh, I've got one. Respectfully, not committing staff to new work without consulting with the staff. I'll let others speak and reserve my other 2 for anything that comes to me.
You've seen both sides. You've seen both sides now. Anything else from the executive officers? Ways that, and maybe there was a need for anonymous responses from you all, but
I've got more. So the question was top 3 things board members can do to support their staff, I think, or be responsible board members. I've got another one.
I'm listening closely to what's going on here.
So board members can hear really strong and sometimes deeply moving comments from the public. And I think board members can help by sort of starting with the assumption that staff have also heard those concerns and have also interacted with those folks, and certainly ask questions and delve into the issue and make sure that the community has been heard, but don't assume that's the first time that your staff is hearing that comment from the public, because usually we've done quite a bit of engagement and considered those issues, and we have a well thought out answer to provide.
I'm going to build on that. So thank you. So first off, I have a great board, and they always
that's what you have to start
me. They're perfect.
I should have said that first. Ditto.
So they're perfect. So I'm just going to share with you one of the things they do that I tell my staff that we're so lucky that they do. So when somebody doesn't like the answer that they get from staff and they elevate it to manager and then they elevate it to me, and we all talk and they get the same answer and then they're not happy, then they write an email to our board. And I am so happy that our board does an excellent job. When Jane Batty was chair and now Alexis Strauss, they send them right back to me. So I want to say thank you. Instead of engaging with them, they'll say, Eileen White's our executive officer. She will follow up with you. And that is really the best thing that you can do for us. Instead of engaging when they're really fishing for an answer, one of our board members who's online, he sent me an email he got from somebody like, oh my gosh, we've talked to this person, like, I won't name their name, 5 different times. They keep shopping for an answer. And now they're going to another board member. They've already gone. And I just replied back, no need for you to do anything. We've already met with them. So I just want to say I have the best board. They came well trained. I worked with other boards and not all boards know that. And it's so good to know. Let the executive officers run the organization and handle those issues. And it's been working great. So thank you.
You don't really realize, Eileen, that that's just us punting.
Yeah, we have the best board also. But one thing is the engagement, reviewing the staff's documents. And when you ask really good questions, at least for our staff, that helps them. They know that you're involved, you're engaged, and their work is important. And so that goes a long way for our staff.
I just wanted to add, I have the best board members. But I think, especially with the wildfires and all that going on, I think it's been really important that our board's out there listening, hearing, and they bring that back to us, to the executive officer. That's been really important during this time. So, and helpful.
Those are all very great responses. Really appreciate that. And it really is here to provide a continuity, ultimately, of positions and service to folks out there. That communication is just so important between the board members, the staff, the EOs, so that we all collectively are understanding our best technical understanding of things, but also being able to communicate that in a way that keeps consistency out there to our regulated folks and members of the public. Just really important. So really appreciate all those points. Are there any?
I also just have to say that North Coast, we're region number 1, and that extends to our board as well.
And we believe that, Mr. Chair, wholeheartedly. And those of us who worked on city councils know that we always went through the city manager. And so coming to the regional board with an executive officer, that's who you go to. That's what.
Really appreciate that. Yes. And please introduce yourself.
I'm Andy Gunther with Region 2. Susanna, hats off to you and your staff. And I mean, what an experience to have to go through. I was wondering, in terms of the beach and sand and the sediment sampling, have you guys considered doing some cores offshore to look at deposition and whether you might see I don't know whether you would see a signal there or not, but in a more depositional environment rather than on the beach?
That's a great question. I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure if one of the universities or consultants that are helping contribute data, if they're doing something out there, but that's something I will suggest. But they might be. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of people that came forward to help us out and offer ways to help with sampling and taking the load off us like that. So.
I should apologize for asking an expensive question because it's a little more difficult than sampling the beach.
It's okay. Thank you. Great question.
All right. I think we have time for one more quick question. Norma, please.
Yeah, and I don't have a question, Norma Camacho, Region 2. But I just want to give my hats off to Susanna and the staff at Region 2. They did a yeoman's job of addressing the wildfire. They were working 24/7 in shifts. Nobody complained under Susanna's leadership, which was calm and which was reassuring and which was very supportive. People were willing to come to work to help and do their part to get, the community back online after the fires. And so hats off to you, your leadership, and the work of Region 2 staff. Thanks.
Here, here. It was incredible to see.
Thank you, Norma. I did want to add that immediately, the fires were still ongoing, and the regions that have gone through a wildfire, we all came together, and it was like, this is what you can expect. This is what's going to happen. So I just really appreciate that at that moment, it really felt like we were one water board working towards this. And so thank you, everyone. And thank you, Norma, for your kind words.
Here, here. Let's give another thanks to our incredible executive officers here. All right, we have a 15-minute break, so stretch yourself, get warm if it's too cold in here. We will then finish off the day here with Michael on some legal issues. Also to note, I want to take a group photo, so we'll try to get that in before we all head out of here. So thanks, everyone. See you in 15 minutes. All right, everyone. We're at about 3:50, so we can go ahead and bring ourselves back. Last bit of the day. Oh, don't be sorry. Oh, all right. Thank you, everyone. I know the day goes by quick, but we're here in our last segment, which is an update from Michael Lawfer, our Chief Counsel, and the Office of Chief Counsel. I think we're going to start, and I'll just hand things over to Michael, but start with board member expectations document that I think was shared.
Yeah, I think I actually have to start by saying I have the best board in the world, but really what I have though is the best attorneys in the world. And I want to take a moment just to introduce, because some of you don't know, well, everyone already knows Jennifer Fordyce, who's been an assistant chief counsel for me for a number of years. But unfortunately over the winter, and her attorneys know it, Amel Wadwani, unfortunately for me and the water boards and OCC, and a tremendous benefit for her. She was appointed to be the chief counsel over at Cal Recycle. The incentive to stick around is Amel is going to swing by later this afternoon to say hi to folks. But I was also very fortunate because within our office, we had Stephanie, who was able to step up and is our new regional board branch 2 or branch 1 ACC. I never bother tracking those numbers. I'm happy enough to track 1 through 9 for our regional boards. And if you haven't met Stephanie yet, she's fabulous. She's been with us for over a decade at this point. Barely? No, come on. The last 5 years have felt like a decade. That is true. But Stephanie joined us from EPA, where she had a long, I will call it a long career, and it was. And she's just been a wonderful addition, and she's gotten to know her boards quite well. And she's a tremendous part of the management team I have at OCC. And we're kind of blending together 2 items today. I'll extend my regrets. You're going to see me 3 times in a row. We broke this into 2 items. The first is the board member expectations discussion. I'll give you a little bit of the history of that. Then we'll do sort of the usual legal backdrop, and then you'll see me first thing in the morning. This first topic that we wanted to take off has roots in what some of the other regions or what some of the regions have done historically. And the 2 regions that really had taken the lead on this are the Central Valley Board and the San Francisco Bay Board, where they had embarked on an effort to lay out expectations for board members, particularly for those new board members coming in who may not have served on a public board before, may not have been exposed to having professional staff that support them, may not have been exposed to all of the various legal constraints that operate on our board member appointees or our board appointees across the water board family. And each of them on their own had both driven by the board members, the executive officers, and I think with some of the support from their assigned OCC attorneys, had put together an expectations document for their board members. And it did a couple things. It helped ground new board members coming in, but it also helped instill a little bit of expectation setting and consistency that the board could collectively enforce upon itself. So that if there was a member who maybe wasn't making the same commitments or was, at the last minute making adjustments, hey, I'm going to have to leave at this time, that there was something that the board could point back to as foundational expectations for everybody on the board. At a chairs meeting last year, there was a request to kind of plus up that document and come up with something that could really cut across all 9 of the regional boards. And Amel and Jennifer took sort of the laboring effort to meld together what was at the Central Valley Board and what was at the San Francisco Bay Board into one document that would work for all of the regions. Late last fall, we presented it at the chairs meeting, had some productive comments from that, thought it was a very good conversation, and then the plan was to bring that out to the next WQCC. And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time today walking through it. Mostly, our greatest benefit comes from the board members. And, having the live feedback from all of you is helpful. We'd like to think that there isn't a lot of ambiguity or holes that might have been left in this document, but this is an opportunity if you want to lay them out. This is a set of expectations that I think the chairs all felt comfortable with. And the other thing that I want to emphasize as part of this, I said that this would be something that'd be particularly useful for new board members coming in, just to, what are you getting into? You've heard from the governor's office, you've heard from the executive officer, and maybe some of the other board members right after you're appointed, and maybe in some instances, even before you're appointed. But, having it laid out on paper in terms of what kind of commitments that's going to look like on a monthly basis is helpful. And so we actually have buy-in from the governor's office that this will be a document that, they will share with potential appointees as they go through the vetting, so that those board members, potential future board members, future colleagues of yours will have a document that lays out what their expectations will be once they've been appointed to the board. So with that as the background, and I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. This particular document was in the materials that Meredith had been circulating. And so if you like to work electronically, they're available to you. You can go back and consult them. But I do want to highlight a couple of the things that we're trying to do in the document. So you have it electronically, and then Meredith also did provide some paper copies. And we're going to see if we can test the limit of the mouse here. The first page really just provides some background on the regional boards and the water board family collectively, some of the different things we do, and the importance of some of the legal constraints that we operate under and how they are important for the long-term sustainability of the state. And then we break it into, three main sections: preparing for board member meetings, conduct during the board meetings, and conduct at as a board member between meetings. And we'll say one of the issues that we talked about was sort of setting the expectations for attending the board meetings. And for those of you who've been around a long time, we started with 9 board members on the regional boards, at least since 1967. And back in the early 2010s, that was reduced down to 7 to help facilitate the governor's office obtaining quora for all of the boards. And at the time that legislation was proposed and pursued, I mean, one of the things that we did identify is it does really mean that you need to ensure that most of your board members are going to be there. And sometimes it's a little bit easier to get a dedicated group of board members showing up, but you all have lives. And it really does mean, though, if you go down to 7, you absolutely are going to have 4 there every single time in order to conduct business. And so just a core expectation is being able to attend substantially all of the meetings. We all recognize that folks are drawn to this work because of how important it is, but there's also lives that you all have outside of the water board space, although your executive officers may deny that sometimes. One flip side of that, though, is we recognize you won't be able to make it to all the meetings, and I cannot underscore enough how important it is to communicate early. And we've set a target in here of 3 weeks to communicate to the executive officer and to council so that they can make sure that we actually have a quorum for a meeting. I mean, one of the worst things is, and I want to be clear as I go through this, family emergencies arise, health emergencies arise. Obviously, if that comes up, you have to do right by yourself, your family, and so forth. But this is, you're traveling, there's some other commitment that's out there on the calendar. Hopefully, you can put the board business in front of a lot of stuff because there are only typically 1 meeting a month. But if you're aware of something that's going to create a conflict, getting it out early is essential, because one of the worst things is when we have to basically cancel a meeting with less than a week's notice. Other board members have held the date, staff have prepped up all the materials. In some instances, we'll have to renotice items. There's substantial expense. So this is one of the most important things. It's just communicating early to your chair, to your executive officer and to your council about whether or not you'll need to miss a meeting. And then importantly, now, ever since COVID, we've had the flexibility to do some remote participation. It's changed formulations over time. We were able to be fully remote for a while. For the last 2 years, we've operated in a paradigm where a quorum of the members has to be present at the notice location. And that's been really good because it does mean for members who have had a last minute, family matter that's either, left them in a different part of the state, or they're tending to somebody, but they can still do the meeting. They just can't physically get to the location. As long as we've got that quorum physically present, we still get the benefit of those other members participating remotely, which is fabulous. But again, knowing in advance that someone's going to have to participate remotely is critical, because if we go below that magic number of 4 at the physical meeting location, then we may end up having to cancel the meeting, and we don't have the flexibility anymore. And I think it's a little appreciated fact. We used to be able to convert meetings quickly to workshops, and we would just say, you know what, we have less than a quorum. We won't be able to conduct business. We'll do this as an informational workshop. We only have 3 people present. Well, we can still do that, but when we do that, it means none of the other board members can participate remotely. It's a sort of unanticipated, I think, by the legislature, another consequence of this remote participation, that it essentially gets shut down as soon as you go below a quorum. So you don't have that flexibility anymore. So again, I just really want to underscore that one of the most important things is the communication that goes out to the executive officers. All of you sought out these positions, and so you have an interest in the board's work, but using the time with the board to expand your knowledge of it. It's not just a job that you kind of appear for, but reviewing the materials, engaging, understanding the mission, and being able to articulate it in that context during a board meeting is particularly important. And that's just simply not an issue that we've encountered with board members, but it's an important expectation that we want to set for anyone coming into the boards, so that they know that they're going to have to make those kind of commitments. And one thing that is, I think, especially hard, but we wanted to underscore for all incoming board members, is you have lives, you have things outside of the water boards, but if you really want to dig in and understand an issue, you always have the ability to reach out to your executive officer. You have wonderful executive officers. They will find time for themselves or the appropriate staff person to brief you on an issue. If you're willing to make that time, you should know that your EOs and staff are always there for you to help get you up to speed on an issue outside of the board meeting, so you can excel in that board meeting context. But also, even outside of the board meetings, you can excel as a representative of the boards. And so we wanted to set that kind of core expectation that those resources are available for you. Don't be shy about using them. There are some limitations on that later we'll talk about, though. Next big category, and I realize I should probably try to scroll this, is once we actually move into the meeting, what the conduct of the meeting is. And this, we intentionally kind of set this up so this conversation would precede tomorrow's conversation about difficult decision-making, because setting a core foundation for how you conduct yourself in a meeting, both individually and collectively, is important for the board as an entity and as a plural body to work through difficult decisions and make the hugely consequential decisions that the water boards make day in and day out for the people of California. And so one issue, I'm not looking at anyone in this room, I don't know if it's anyone in this room, that has come up over the years is taking it seriously in terms of being there on time so the board meeting is prepared to start. Other people who are there to testify before the board have taken time out of their days to show up early, sometimes in obscure places, often in sort of awkward governmental buildings, to testify to you. And having the respect to show up in a timely way, be prepared to stay for the duration of the meeting. And again, if for some reason we recognize their conflicts, but if there is a hard limit that you're going to have, conveying that back to the executive officer and attorneys early on, so that they can structure the meeting to make sure that they have a sufficient number of board members there to actually take action ultimately on the item. And to, if need be, they can rearrange the calendar. But it's also important to recognize that that meeting includes the closed session. And sometimes it's going to be critically important that there be a quorum of board members left to weigh in on an important litigation decision or an important personnel matter. So, if you're looking at the calendar and assuming that the board meeting is going to conclude in a timely way, make sure you factor in that closed session as well. during the board, how you project up there. And again, this is all about sort of setting the expectations so that, we're conveying collectively the engagement of the board members, actively listening throughout, being focused on what's actually going on in the proceeding. And that, again, not a problem that I hear about with respect to our existing board members, but I have had issues in the past with board members who were clearly just disengaged during the board meeting. This was before a lot of us relied on electronics to actually, pull up the record, review the materials, and you would see somebody actively typing away on their PDA back in the BlackBerry days, and you just knew they weren't listening to the testimony. And that matters a lot to the people that are there, and it matters to your colleagues who are investing the time to actually do the work. Keeping the comments focused on what's before, showing respect for your colleagues. And then one thing that was added to this particular list that I don't think was on either of the regional boards list is, at least for now, we have this remote participation option. It's really valuable to us. It does save us at times when we can have at least some additional voices on the board who couldn't be there in person, participate remotely. But the current incarnation of the Bagley-Keene Act requires that while you are in the board meeting participating remotely, you have to keep your camera on. And that can be hard to leave a camera focused on your face for hours on end, but that is the current state of the Bagley-Keene Act. And so we wanted to make sure that members were aware of that in referencing the document. And then, we'll talk about this tomorrow, but the one strength of the boards that I've seen is a lot of times our boards do work by consensus. Even with incredibly difficult issues, and we have a lot of those issues that come up. I'm always amazed how well the boards are able to navigate the issues and ultimately land themselves in a place where they can make a consensus-based decision, and it's almost unanimous at times. But that's not always going to be the case. And it shouldn't always be the case. All of you come here with different perspectives, values, experiences, and expertise that add to the decision, and that there's going to be conflict amongst the board members. And so part of the expectation document is also laying out that you can have that. That's good. That's healthy. It's good for the public to see that. It's good for the decision-making process. It's the reason why we have boards and not directors over our water boards. And the thing is, always keep it cordial, respectful, be able to shake each other's hands at the end of the day, and don't carry grudges based on it. And so we thought it was important that that be laid out as a foundational principle. And then we've got what goes on between board meetings. And there are multiple things that I think both the San Francisco Bay Board, the Central Valley Board, and then when we were trying to help the chairs kind of pull this together, that we were trying to address. I mean, one, we have those legal requirements, for example, ex parte communications. That's something that's occurring outside of the board meeting. Again, make sure to be prepared to go back to the general or the regional board council that you've been assigned, or at least talk to the executive officer so you can figure out whether that's the type of communication that needs to be disclosed. If you're invited to speak outside of a board meeting to stakeholders about water board issues, alert the executive officer. Sometimes we have reporting requirements. Most importantly, the executive officer can work with staff to get you the materials that you need so that you're not, one, expected to generate it all on your own. I mean, it's important to speak with your own voice on it, but we don't expect you to do deep research on what's going on in planning activities within your region. Your executive officer is there to help you as well as the staff, and they really enjoy that kind of work. And also, as part of that, there really is a lot of sensitivity at times by the governor's office, by Cal EPA, when board members are out speaking on water board topics. I will be quite blunt. They don't tend to micromanage us, and I think that's good. We're in a much better place than a lot of the departments that are direct reports up through the governor's office. But it's important that we, be respectful, that they'd like a heads up of those types of things. And there are certain areas where they may, want to ensure that it's at least gone through the communications office to make sure it's consistent and aligned with some of the messaging that's going on. Again, we don't see micromanaging. It's more the courtesy of a heads up. And for a lot of folks who are coming into state service and haven't had that kind of larger, all of executive branch engagement and concern and interest, it's a little bit different. So we wanted to lay out that expectation. And I don't know if she's currently online, but one of our board members, Amy Horn, was critical in adding the next bullet point, which is your staff, your executive officers, staffs at the region, a lot of times they only see you all at board meetings. And, you know, for some of them, it's like, oh, who is that person? For others, it's sort of a mythological quality to it of, oh, wow, that's one of the board members. But a lot of the staff really do enjoy the engagement of board members outside of the board meeting setting. And so don't hesitate to, if you have the time, and I know we already make tremendous asks of your time, to reach out to the executive officer to see if there's an opportunity to participate in an all staff event that's going on at your board so that you can, you know, drop by for, if you're in the area, you know, you don't have to do something special, but if you're in the area, you can drop by for a holiday party that's going on, or a birthday party, or a departure ceremony for somebody who's retiring. Those kinds of opportunities are really valuable to building sort of the larger connectivity between the board members and staff. And I really cannot underscore enough how much I think the staff really appreciate those opportunities for engagement. And for you all as board members, it gives you a chance to see how the staff connect outside of the formalities of a DIAS and, you know, sort of the hierarchical structure of how things may come up to you through an executive officer. But there's a flip side to that is actually the last bullet point that's up that I do want to highlight is, I think, again, not a concern I've heard about recently, but there have been times where some board members have developed relationships with staff, you know, based on what's going on at the board meeting. And I don't mean relationships in an unprofessional sense, but relationships of, hey, I know what's going on. I know you're the one that handles, you know, the bacteria TMDLs. And there's a lot of temptation because of that back and forth to reach directly to the staff if you have questions. And we cannot underscore enough, and I'll say this for all the executive officers, it's incredibly important to go through the executive officers on that. One, just because they ultimately have to manage the workload of the staff, and it's very hard for the staff to say, I can't help you right now. I'm working on something higher priority. They really want to be responsive to the board members. And so, you know, bringing it down through the chain helps ensure that you're not kind of overwhelming that one staff member. But also, you know, sometimes the staff are siloed and may not know what's going on in another program area. And the EO can say, hey, it's great that you've got interest on that. I'm gonna hook you up with Jane, who's got extensive experience. But you should know, over in enforcement, Yvonne's doing something, and you know there's a cross-cutting issue there that you might want to be aware of, and you might want to not ask questions about that for that reason too. And then related to that, to the extent that you get inquiries about significant issues, we think there's a lot of value in making sure the executive officer knows about it, and use the executive officer to communicate that out to other board members so that we avoid some of the Bagley-Keene issues. And I haven't hit everything that's in here. I wanted to leave a little bit of time for discussion before we moved into the general legal session. But we think that this was a great tool that the San Francisco Bay Board and the Central Valley Board had put together. We think it's come together nicely in a relatively straightforward document. It's about 2.5 pages, so it's a good resource, I think, to hand out to new board members. And I thank the chairs for their engagement in terms of giving it a look before we brought it to WQCC and feeling comfortable about setting minimal but core and important expectations that board members could help self-enforce on, and that executive officers as well can help enforce, so that all the board members are in a common place and a common understanding about what's expected at the board meetings. And with that, I don't know, Jennifer or Stephanie, if there was anything you wanted to add. Celeste, I know you were engaged at that chairs meeting. I don't know if there's anything you want to add. Yeah, please.
So Michael did mention how the boards went down from 9 to 7. At this point, I think no board has more than 6, and we have a couple boards that only have 5. So we really just don't have 7 provides a little bit of a margin of safety. 5 or 6 doesn't. So you have 7. Okay. So one board has 7. You're the only board I think who has 7.
The best board.
I can't say that. So yeah, just to emphasize the point of letting us know whether you need to be remote or absent. It really does affect quorum issues. So.
I represent the Water Board on the Bay Conservation Development Commission, and all the BCDC commissioners designate alternates, which really helps with the quorum problem. Is that not something we can do?
No, unfortunately, it is not. There's both a legislative council opinion and a chief council opinion. And part of it goes, I think the BCDC, many of their positions are ex officio positions, I think. For example, your position is from being on the San Francisco Bay Water Board, right? And that's very common when you have an ex officio position to allow an alternate designation, whereas the positions for all of you are subject to Senate confirmation, appointment by the board, governor, confirmed by the Senate, and you're not fungible, both for better and for worse. Celeste.
I have two questions still. In general, who enforces all of these expectations? And number two, specifically on bullet point number 2 in the last paragraph, avoid acting or speaking on behalf of the Regional Water Board without authorization. Who is expected to give that authorization?
So, first of all, in terms of enforcement, the goal is no enforcement. This is supposed to be self-enforcing so that everyone, to the extent that you have an expectation, or that the expectations are laid out, you'll know what to follow. Let's take the extreme situation of a board member who's not coming to meetings. This document and the fact, it was conveyed by the governor's office. You were introduced to it when you started serving on the board. All of the board members live and breathe by it, not literally, but it's a core foundation for all of the board members. The chair can use it in approaching and say, hey, the executive officer can use it in enforcing. Now, we're not going to be able to kick somebody off the board who's not. And again, we don't have problems for the most part. And having the document, though, just gives something that an executive officer, a chair, or even, fellow board members just pointing out casually, hey, Joe, you haven't been at the last, 2 board meetings, and it means that everybody else is covering for you. And the expectation is you'll be there for substantially all. So that really is what it's about. It's self-enforcement, and then if necessary, the board. And then frankly, the governor's office. I mean, our escalatory paths tend to be, gentle conversations from the executive officer. Sometimes an executive officer will call me and I'll have a conversation, and if it gets bad, it might go to Cal EPA for a conversation and then to the governor's office. And then if everyone's got this sort of, we don't do this path, but we map things out and prepare. So, and in terms of the second question on, avoiding acting or speaking on behalf of the regional board without authorization, each of you has views, and you don't give up your First Amendment rights when you join the board. If you are, going to be speaking on something in the water space or speaking generally, I mean, one, you should be conscious of the fact it could get around to people that you were speaking, but you shouldn't speak as if you're speaking for the board. You are one voice of 7 on the board, and the board acts collectively. Now, there are times when the board collectively says, you know what, we've acted on a particular permit, and the chair can now, or any of the board members, but this is where you go back to connecting with the executive officer to make sure it's in the right space and forum and that the right message is going out there. But any of you, after the board acts, can say things like, hey, we adopted this municipal stormwater permit. It was, unanimously supported by the entire board. We heard, concerns from the community, and, this is how we acted. So that's at the highest level. The big thing is to think about in what capacity are you speaking? And if you haven't kind of either had the board act collectively or talked to the executive officer to figure out, if there's something you can say about an ongoing proceeding, then it's the better course of conduct is to say, hey, I'm speaking as an individual. Yes, I happen to be on the board, but this is not speaking on behalf of the board. And even when you say that, everything is recorded these days. No matter how much you indicate you're speaking on your own behalf, which you're entirely entitled to, someone will say, Water Board Member Smith said, blah, blah, blah. And just remember that will ping around for a while, and and somebody may be unhappy, but you're not giving up your First Amendment rights when you join the water boards.
So you took that clause out. right?
Yes, initially we did, but no. Patrick, recovering attorney said, well, we better put that out.
Well, it worries me because it puts the executive officer in a very difficult situation to be either the enforcer of it in general. And I agree with you. I think the chair probably should fall on the shoulders of the chair as a first level. But also in terms of that authorization, we do the review for the executive officer. I don't think any executive officers want to be in the position of telling one of their board members, you're really not authorized to go and speak. I mean, they could say, here's some limits, or here's some talking points, or, you're speaking for yourself or whatever. But we have to be careful about putting our executive officers in very difficult situations. And it kind of leaves this unknown, without authorization. It assumes that there could be a process to get authorization, and it's unclear as to where that might come from. And I would hate for this to be interpreted in the future that if anybody speaks without authorization, because they didn't avoid it, that they, are somewhat remiss and could be called on the carpet when it's completely unclear who might be given the authorization. And quite frankly, I can't imagine who that would be, what appropriate person that might be.
Maybe in the final iteration, we'll try to focus on, speaking when the board has acted collectively, or at least engaging with. I still think the executive officer, because we quickly run into situations with serial meetings, has at least confirmed that it doesn't present problems. But you're right. I mean, there is no gatekeeper, so to speak, that's going to give you the authorization. And so maybe I'll play with some different magic language on that about sensitivity to when you're speaking and you're not speaking on behalf of the board. You're often just speaking as an individual. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I have some suggestions. Then John Pierre also has a question as well. So I'm John Scandura from the Santa Ana Water Board, and there's some. I think this is going to be beneficial. Now, interesting enough, most of us in the past have also served on other boards and commissions and city councils. So a lot of these kind of things are also consistent with those sorts of positions. But there are some things I suggest you consider adding under the Commonwealth. Actually, it's more like conduct either for the board meetings or during the meetings, the importance of preparation for the meeting. And this gets a little tricky because sometimes for our items, we receive hundreds of pages of documents. So it's not possible to go through all of them, but at least we should, they should at least be familiar with the staff report, the permit, the fact sheet. And believe me, the public and the staff will sense that you're not familiar with the paper. You haven't done your preparation when it comes out in the meeting. Another thing I would suggest adding is about working with the staff, especially showing courtesy and respect, acknowledging their professional backgrounds and expertise. If you're going to disagree with them, it needs to be very polite and very respectful and focused on the issue. And also an important thing that if there's any kind of performance issues that's suspected, those have to be discussed in private with the executive officer. And then also, I think working with the executive officer is another important thing, in addition to the things about staff. I think just recognizing that, they're high-level government officials, they have large staffs to manage. They're not there to be your, personal lackey or valet. They're there to help you make a decision. And I think, thing about part of preparation is making sure, taking advantage of those briefings. I mean, I would not succeed as a board member if it wasn't for those briefings with our executive officer beforehand. And then the last thing is working with the public. And here again, showing them courtesy and respect, respecting their positions and backgrounds, leaving any misgivings you have about them or about the organization that they represent at the door. I mean, and like with the staff, if you're going to disagree with them, it better be very polite, respectful, and issue focused.
No, thank you very much, John. And I think some of those, I didn't hit every one of the bullet points. I think the preparation one we've got at the bottom of the first page. And if there are concerns that it needs to even be more expressed, let me know. And maybe we'll call out. We did have some acknowledgement of respect for the staff. I did like the idea. I mean, they're all good points. We'll see if we can plus up some of them even more in what we've got there. So thank you. Great. And then Jean-Pierre and then
Thank you. So, I think very good work. And I think it's very valuable, particularly for new board members coming on board. I remember when I first started, I get these 3-ring binders, like, okay, congratulations. So, but I would like to suggest, maybe something to pursue next year, to completely frame the construct of a water board is to have expectations for chairs and vice chairs. And I think that would be valuable also for new board members, because when they come out and say, well, you're a board member and there's a chair, vice chair, executive officer, and it, for us having been on the board for many years, we understand the responsibilities and the relationship, but I think it would also help new board members. And then in some instance, I know that each region operates a little bit differently, how you rotate the chair. So I'm not suggesting to be highly prescriptive, but, having more of a general level of expectation. And then for the record, Michael, Region 3 or Central Coast region always had the best of the best chairs and vice chairs. And I know Stephanie can vouch for that.
Duly noted, Jean-Pierre. Norma?
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I think that's great that we have these expectations. And I know that, high functioning boards, good boards also have a practice of doing periodic self-reviews. And so now that you have expectations laid out, we can actually do those types of self-reviews. And my question would be, if we chose to do something like that, could that be done in closed session?
No, unfortunately. The issue has come up before, and we've taken a close look at whether we could slide it under the, say, for example, Bagley-Keene's personnel closed session option, and it wasn't viable, and we continue to stick by that. My hope is that it's never such a, let me just step back. We have a long history of, for example, offsite board meetings, retreats, that are public. They're duly noticed in public. And I remember some of the early days, including here at the state board, that there was a lot of desire that, that it'd just be board members. And we often have members of the public. And I think a couple things. One, I'm always surprised how much folks who may have concerns about having some of those difficult conversations publicly come around to, it was actually a good conversation to have publicly. Not only because sometimes the public actually adds to the conversation. Hey, I was at a meeting and I could totally pick up on the fact that you were having a tough time with the other board member. And I think it was an eye-opener for some of the board members that their body language was being read so well by members of the public. And so this is just my way of saying those conversations in public actually can play out pretty well sometimes. And don't be afraid to do sort of a self-assessment using these criteria in a public meeting, even if it's more casual offsite retreats. Yeah.
Hi, Jane Batty, Region 2. Many years ago, when I was a new board member and had not been on a public board, I was corrected by the sweetest lawyer I know, Tamara. But it was a scolding because I was Googling during a meeting because I wanted to see an aerial image of, it was a very controversial case, one that has been in the press recently, like 7 years later.
I might be able to guess which one.
Yeah, you might. And I was Googling because I wanted to see an aerial and, I was like, oh, let's see what other studies have been done. And only after the meeting did she tell me, to remind me it can only be the evidence presented. And I think for a new board member, and especially as we get into an increasingly digital population, that this is just second nature, of course. And you think you're making a contribution. Oh, wait, I'm going to show you. I have a map. And so I wonder if that might be helpful to have in here during a meeting that, no, you're not being asked to bring in more evidence.
Yeah. No, I like that. I mean, one thing we struggle with putting together is we could write a book. But I think that is a good one to help reinforce because it is something that's different for a lot of folks who come join the board, even folks who've been on public boards before. We have so many mixed roles. So thank you, Jane. Good addition. Yeah. Go ahead, Jane.
I find it very interesting to have this document, and I must say, as a person who was appointed 15 months ago, it would have been very helpful in the process.
Please tell me you would have still gone through the process, Jake.
Well, I'm not going to comment about the governor's appointments board and the length of time it took them to appoint me, but that's another topic. I'm very fortunate in Region 1 because we're such a good board, but we have an executive officer who was on the board and who was on the chair of the board. So when I was the new guy last year, then I was introduced to this new culture. And this is a different culture in this board. I've served for 24 years in the city council. I chaired the Metropolitan Transportation Commission in the Bay Area. I've been on nonprofit board of directors, but the constraints that are laid upon you under conduct as a board member between board meetings, it really took me by surprise. I understand the reason why. And so not only do I consult with my executive officer, but your colleague, Nate. And as Valerie well knows, I am fond of talking to Nate about questions that come up just in terms of what's doable and what's not doable under the law. So I hope that this will become available as soon as possible. And I just have to say that I believe it was said that this board was like other boards. I do not believe that. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate it, Jake. All right. Well, what we'll do is we'll take a quick crack. It looks like we're done with questions, assuming there are none online.
I have a written one really quick,
thanks,
Michael.
Joaquin. I forget about that.
It's relevant and also a little more expansive, but the question is, what should board members understand beyond what occurs in board meetings to effectively hire and evaluate an executive officer?
One more time.
What should board members understand beyond what occurs in board meetings to effectively hire and evaluate an executive officer?
Yeah, so that's a good one. And each region at different points in times when recruiting EOs is asked questions along those lines. And I think it's very important, and I'm going to ask Jennifer. Stephanie, in her short time, hasn't had the privilege of going through an executive officer recruitment. Jennifer has, unfortunately for her, had the privilege of going through many of them over her years. And there are a couple more underway right about now. So I'm going to ask her to supplement what I say, but I think it's important to have a bigger picture about what's going on with the executive officer. I mean, you have stakeholders who are often not shy about providing feedback. I think all of you are sophisticated enough to know that many of those stakeholders have agendas too. And so you always have to have an appropriate filter when you're getting that kind of feedback. And when you're thinking about who might be a good new executive officer. And it's entirely appropriate, and regions have done it in different ways. There's no magic approach to it, but using either in a structured way is always helpful, because we don't want to have 7 board members wandering around randomly calling staff at the boards, but having a structured way to get a sense of what the temperature and culture is in the board, what the weaknesses might have been for the former EO that have left gaps in a particular program area that a new EO may need to fill, whether there are morale issues, those sorts of things. Those are all important in making a decision about an executive officer, and you should not go in eyes closed, looking only at an application and not being sensitive to and aware of what the larger environment is that you're going to be dropping a new executive officer in, the political environment of your regulated community, the political environment of your conservation, environmental groups, racial equity groups, tribes. You can't poll everybody, but you need to have a sense of where the weaknesses are and where the executive officer will be deployed to help benefit you and the board. And also, just in all fairness, I mean, sometimes and it's not uncommon, especially as I look around this group, we bring in executive officers who are not part of the water board family. And you want to be able to tell them, hey, this is an area that you're going to need to work on. So I'm all in favor of an expansive view, but don't let it slow you down too much, because these are tough positions to fill and you want to be able to move nimbly in doing so. Jen, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I was gonna add, like, definitely, the board, some boards have definitely done little surveys and things like that as they've been doing their executive officer. There was a couple engagement surveys that the board has done every 2 years. I don't know if we're due for one coming up soon.
There's talk about doing an
But
engagement
those have
survey.
been a really good tool for boards to look at to see, because there's ratings on different topics and things like that to know kind of where's the pulse of the board staff. One thing we notoriously always don't do well on is training, because we don't have a lot of money for trainings, and workforce development, which Region 2 is working on, I know. But it's something that it's always really good to see how your board compares to other boards and how the staff are doing it. So I would say it'd be good to get that.
Yeah.
Because when was the last time we did it? 2022?
No, it's probably 2023, and there has been a discussion with administrative services. The last go around, we did a very comprehensive one right before COVID. And then I think it was 2022, you're right. We did a follow-on survey that was a little more limited in scale, but it let us do good time slices and see trends. And it'd be good coming out of, right now there's some challenges your staff, your executive officers and their staff are facing in terms of headwinds with respect to what's going on in state employment. So maybe it's not the best time to do one, but
Yeah.
But actually that is the perfect time to do one. So anyway, that's a long-winded way of saying it is something that's under planning right now. We just don't have the funds for it. David.
Yeah, I thought this was very good, by the way. I thought well thought out, and a lot of it is really common sense. But I thought we should add one thing to it, and I hate to suggest an addition, but also it really is a board member's duty to participate in the EO's evaluation, and not just in hiring, but whenever there's going to be it shouldn't be up to the chair to have to chase up board members to say, respond to the questionnaire about the EOs. And of course, one doesn't need to put it in the document, but needless to say, it has to be done in a polite, constructive manner, but it really is a responsibility of each board member to participate in that process.
I think that's a good addition. Thank you all for the feedback. We'll turn it pretty quickly, and then in incorporating that feedback, I may have some follow-on questions for folks. And then the goal will be we'll circulate out on electronically a final version, and then the governor's office will get a final version. And then ultimately, as we get new appointees, this will be one of the first things they see, either as part of the appointments package that comes from the governor's office, or as the initial batch of materials that comes from us, but with the imprimatur of the governor's office on it. So thank you. And we really do think it's easy to look at something like this and say, wait, there must have been a problem that was trying to be solved. And it's not. Like David said, a lot of it's common sense. It's especially common sense if you've been doing it for a couple of decades. But and if you've been on a public board and had to serve the public, but it's nice to have it rolled up. It's nice to have something that you and your colleagues can point to when someone, for whatever reason, isn't carrying their load or is unnecessarily belligerent during a board meeting. Again, something that doesn't happen. Yes, Laurel.
Sorry, and maybe this is repeating concerns that were brought up, but just as you're refining this, I do think that in the conduct as a board member between board meetings, the second bullet around informing executive officer when invited to engage with stakeholders so that they can provide appropriate information to the board member as well as inform appropriate offices such as Office of Legislative Affairs or Office of Public Participation. I just think that sometimes the way that can sound is can have sort of a chilling effect of like you can't talk to anybody. And actually the opposite is true in terms of the culture of this place, which is we really want to hear from stakeholders and facilitate engagement of board members in terms of just understanding and being in the community. And yet I think it is really helpful for us to know that this is a resource for us, like it's a benefit to board members to contact the executive officer so they can be well informed before they, go engage with folks. And I think the panel before was pointing out, how important it is not to kind of undermine staff or commit staff or think that staff hasn't already engaged, but instead help stakeholders connect directly with staff. But I guess I just want to make sure that, especially if this is coming as a setting the tone for new board members and for thinking about participation, I think the culture of the board really is valuing stakeholders across the water boards and that engagement. And it's such a benefit to have the diversity of board members we have to be able to help government feel accessible and real. And I think as decision makers, we all really appreciate being able to hear directly from people, especially in board meetings, but get out and meet with people outside of it. So I just in terms of tone, I think sometimes it can feel, we can maybe signal, because we're trying to be protective, signal a culture that maybe has a chilling effect rather than, the kind of balance that we're trying to.
Would it be helpful on this particular bullet point, Laurel, if it was broken into separate sentences? Because what happens is you have that appropriate, and it's only appropriate to alert legislative affairs. Where's Candace?
Yeah.
If it's going to be a meeting with the legislature, for example, or it's a convened, committee meeting. Likewise with the press, what they're concerned about is if you're speaking to a member of the press. So maybe if I broke it into separate concepts there, and certain events may make it appropriate to contact legislative affairs if it involves legislative officials, that kind of thing. Do you think that helps address it, or do you think that we need to plus up the importance of stakeholder engagement affirmatively?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think the part of what board members do is help I think they help with stakeholder engagement in terms of, and they help with accessibility. And I just think we value that. And I'm not going to try and find it right now, but there was something in here. I think that some of the other bullets, especially during the meetings, I think help highlight the value of stakeholder engagement. And I think if we can, and especially like really listening, I don't know. I just think that maybe let's think about the tone and how to, we don't want to have everyone going off, holding their own listening sessions without talking to the executive officer. Right? There's like an extreme out there nobody should be doing, but so we need to be careful. But I guess I've just seen the culture, like I'm sitting around Region 4, but Region 4 so much. There's been a lot of work that Region 4 does in terms of helping the community feel comfortable and accessible. And I just have seen that be such a value. And I know that's true of every region. But anyway, I think this document, especially if it's like coming from the governor's office and setting the tone of the culture, can send more, like can be kind of scary and send sort of a chilling effect on like, don't talk to anyone if you're appointed. And that's not actually, I think, how anyone feels when they're part of this, which is actually we really want you to help us engage and be present in community. And
I think that an addition might be something like, don't talk about pending cases or don't talk about specific items coming before the board, because that's sort of the rule that I got when I was onboarding. Because previously I had been in an enforcement position, and so I couldn't talk to a lot of public members about things. And so when a group reached out to, an environmental justice group reached out to have lunch, my initial reaction was like, I can't even respond, and was encouraged by others to have lunch and just make sure that I wasn't discussing any, pending issues. So perhaps something like that could be helpful.
We have a hand raised on the platform. Want to acknowledge Denise Katara.
Thank you very much. It's good to participate in this session one more time. I think some of the discussion we just recently had, the way I've understood to address this issue with talking with stakeholders, I simply just go to the EO and share the request and see if there are any things that need to be ex parte or whatever. Then I know the things that we can and cannot talk about. So always going to the EO, I think, is good. Also, I thought the gentleman that spoke before that talked about information of, I lost all of the context that he spoke about, but having the EO provide a one-on-one workshop to share with new board members, I think is a good thing. This document, it's so important now, but when I first came on board, I had no clue what this water board was about. And I asked one person that was in the water field, and he said, you were a city planner, you work for the city council, just think about this like being on the planning commission on steroids. And it's like, whoa. And it's true. I mean, the geologists, the scientists, the engineers, all of those things. I mean, all of those people that do that quality work, but that wasn't where I was. So I had to get into my own lane and find where I could fit in. And I really appreciate seeing this document because it's so important for new people. And when I first got on the board, I was just clueless. Had there not been Dr. Longley and Bob Snyder, who had been on the board for many years for Region 5, I would have completely been lost. But they were mentors for me. And I think it's just important for all of us as coming on board. This document is key for us to learn how we fit into the structure and the protocols and things to follow. So going back real quick to the EO, maybe there's an opportunity for him to introduce this. It might come from the governor's office, but having a one-on-one with those new board members and saying, this is how we work. And, if there's a need to have someone sign off on something like that, that's fine. But I think it's a good document, and I'm so glad that it's here now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Denise. And of course, your board is one of those that gets credit for the initial.
It was Denise who gets
Okay.
entire credit for this. I will say, and hearing the comments around the room today, I think Denise conceptualized this after Dr. Longley left the board. And Mark, you were the chair at the time. Essentially, we had a pillar that was forming the whole tone of the board for 37 years and his entire tenure there. When that was gone, I think there was some concern. I think Denise raised it quite appropriately. We have to make sure that we maintain that continuity moving forward, that continuity not just in the work that we do, but continuity in the tone of professionalism as we move ahead. And so that was, we borrowed heavily from what the process that Eileen was working on in Region 2, and then built our version of that document up. And all throughout the conversation today, when you're talking about, oh, how do you check in to make sure that you're engaging with the public? I kept thinking of Denise and the way that she conducts herself as a board member. She absolutely wants to be out there in the public, talking to as many people about the issues that are near and dear to her. She checks in with me, make sure that the content is good, and often suggest other board members to kind of say, hey, this is an issue that you might be interested in. And last but not least, I will say, and this is unanimous for every single executive officer out there, we always get the new board member saying, I don't want to bother you, or I don't want to do this. And it's our job. And more than that, we love doing it. We're going to be taking a tour of the Sacramento rail yards like next week. If one of the board members is like, I'm hesitant to ask about this, but we've got this big cleanup site, and man, it's so much fun planning that and talking about that. This is what we do. This is why we're here. So again, for any new board member, do not hesitate to reach out. We love doing this stuff, and kind of it's what we're here for. So I just wanted to emphasize that. I know, Michael, you got into that as part of the introductory, but really want to double down on that as kind of we have new churn for board members and executive officers.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. I think that's a great bookend. Oh, not quite a bookend, Celeste.
Yes, to belabor the point, I'm really glad we had this conversation because I think it puts into even higher resolution than what I have been struggling with since I first saw these words digitally. What this third bullet on the last page says, actually, is if you are a regional water board member, which we all are, except for the EOs, don't speak to anyone. That's what it says. Because it says, avoid means don't do it. Speaking on behalf of the Regional Water Board, if you are a water board member, it will be attributed to you. There is no way you escape that. That's the reality. Without authorization, there's no path for authorization. Authorization is impossible to get. We have no agreement as to who might authorize. So it basically has, I think, a profoundly chilling effect and flies right in the face of our entire institutional design that says we want to make these regional boards at a regional level so that you can interface with your community and understand the problems at an intimate level, and to communicate the solutions and the deliberations after the decision at a intimate level on the community standard. But what this, as it's written right now, it says you can't do that. That's what it says. And, I learned a lot of these interpretations from you, Michael. So this is why I read it this way. And if there's anybody who wants to tell me in convincing ways that this does not say that, I'm all ears. But avoid to me means don't do it. If you're a regional board member, you are always speaking on behalf of the regional board, and you are to get authorization prior, and there is no way to get authorization. So that's what it says. I think it really absolutely needs to be changed because I think it's much more profound than just insulting. It really flies in the face of the goals and objectives of Porter-Cologne and the reason we are here and our institutions are designed the way they are to deliver the quality that we are expected to deliver. Life is hard enough without these things.
We'll revise it.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Eileen, did you have anything you want to add?
Well, I was just going to say, I'm 2.5 years with the water board, and what I've learned is, and I want to always work collaboratively with state board, is that if I get calls from the media, which I have a lot, my 2.5 years with a harmful algae bloom, a few weeks into the job, first thing I did is I called Sacramento and said, I got the New York Times, LA Times, here, I'm going to give them to you. And they're like, whoa, what's going on? And, it quickly talks to them. But I guess what I've picked up on, at least in my role as EO, I don't talk to the media without coordinating with Sacramento. I just want to, that's how I work as an EO, and I just let them know I got this, and they'll say, oh, can you please take it? I'm like, I'd prefer you to take it. And they're like, we don't know this topic, but at least, okay, I'm going to talk, or if it's a really sensitive topic, we had something end up in the LA Times. I'm like, with that reporter going forward, we want all questions in writing. So I guess just as an EO, how it's been relayed to me, the sensitivity right now, especially the sensitivity right now, which could change in a couple of years, is as an EO, I get a call from the San Francisco Chronicle. I don't talk. I'm like, I'll get back to you, or I'll refer them to Sacramento. And then Sacramento will say, Eileen, can you please handle it? So we have some new EOs in the room, which was different than my previous organization where Eileen, you're on the 5 o'clock news, but it's like here, I'm very sensitive. I'm located in Oakland. I coordinate closely with Sacramento. So that's what I read out of that bullet is that maybe more talking to the media. I know we've had some enforcement things that I've worked on the press release with Sacramento, and I'll put a quote from my chair. I'll run it by my chair, like, feel free to tweak this, that I want, the board to get credit. I don't want to be in the news. But anyway, just sharing what my perspective is.
That's a very powerful survival strategy. And I understand why you might come to that. But frankly, that flies in the face of the reason we are designed with 9 regional boards. It absolutely flies in the face, and it undermines the value that I think makes the water boards really special. And that is, we are designed to be on this regional watershed-based level, to be a trusted voice at that local level. And I understand you have to coordinate. You're going to be suicidal if you don't. Your career will be suicidal. I certainly get that. And I've never been fired. But it's important that we respect the institutional design that Porter-Cologne lays out for us. And I think it's precious, and we need to protect that.
Yeah, so obviously we'll do some fine tuning. I mean, the one thing I will say is the bullet point that you're focused on, and I see the problems you have with it, Celeste, is actually more about authorization for an individual board member to speak on behalf of your colleagues within that region and speak on behalf of those colleagues, as opposed to the other bullet point that Laurel had focused on, which is more about the coordination, making sure the EO knows. So but again, the issue of authorization then becomes, okay, who's making it? I understand. We'll work to try to make that. And again, we do want board members out and engaged with the public. So we'll finesse that and make it work for everybody. This has actually been a fabulous conversation. I really appreciated all of the engagement. And I appreciate the work that both the Central Valley Board and the San Francisco Bay Board put into this. So we'll turn it, like we discussed, and move forward with it. And it'll be something that your future colleagues will use as a foundation. I am very mindful of the fact it's been a very long day. It's almost 5 o'clock, which is when I'm supposed to release you all. I haven't talked about any of the legal things that I was going to talk about. And I'm not going to drag things out. There were 2 key things that I was going to raise and then open it up to questions for you. I was going to talk a little bit about, and very quickly, because there's a lot of work going on amongst your staff about the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision involving the city and county of San Francisco. And then the second thing was just kind of give you a heads up about some of the things that are going on and that we're seeing early on with the federal transition. Either of those could easily be, well, the first one could be probably a 15-minute in a good case. The second one would be like an hour. But I was going to hit both very quickly. And folks are welcome to stick around, but I'm not going to be insulted if you leave, especially if you've heard it. But the most important thing I'm going to point out is that Mel snuck into the room back over here. It's a public meeting. So if you do sneak out and you were one of her board members, do swing by and say hello to her. And thank you for showing up, Mel. I should have said Chief Counsel Mel Wadwani is joining us down from on high at Cal Recycle. So quickly on San Francisco versus EPA, and I really will try to keep this quick. A lot of you probably have heard some noise in your board meetings about this and certainly saw the popular press. The U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision last month involving a permit that was jointly issued by our San Francisco Bay Board colleagues and US EPA it was jointly issued because it involves an outfall that's beyond the traditional 3-mile territorial limit. And that permit had a couple features that essentially every permit that's ever been issued by the water boards since the early 70s is included. It included a catch-all provision that the discharge of the effluent shall not cause or contribute to a violation or exceedance of water quality standards, nor should it cause or a condition of pollution or nuisance. That's a feature of not only water board permits, EPA had incorporated it. In some of the permits they've issued in California, this particular permit had a back and forth pivot on it over the years, which created some confusion when it was challenged by the city and county of San Francisco. But also most other permitting states, or many other permitting states, had that same feature in their permits. The city and county of San Francisco, the progressive environmental movement that they are, challenged US EPA. They also challenged the San Francisco Bay Board. The challenge against us was in state court and was essentially stayed while they pursued their claims against US EPA. The US EPA's Environmental Appeals Board had upheld the permit. The Ninth Circuit then upheld the permit on a 2-1 decision, and then the US Supreme Court took it up for review. And essentially, the gravamen of the city's claims was that the Clean Water Act includes what's known as a permit shield. And as long as you're complying with your permit, you are entitled as a permittee to know what you need to do to comply with that permit. And the city made a couple arguments. One was that everything in an NPDES permit had to be an effluent limitation. And they kind of moved the argument back and forth at different points in times. At one point, it was so broad that it would have essentially undone best management practices and a host of other things. And so what essentially they were arguing was that you needed concrete end of pipe restrictions. You couldn't base it on what's going on in the receiving water because the permittee would not know what to do. U.S. Supreme Court took the case up. The decision last month, first of all, was 8-1 rejecting the broadest argument the city made, although even the way that the Supreme Court framed it, it's kind of unintelligible. But basically, it did affirm that the Clean Water Act could have limitations that are more than just effluent limitations. On the core issue, though, the court ruled against US EPA on a 5-4 split. And essentially what the court found is that in NPDES permits, so these are permits that are discharge permits issued under the Federal Clean Water Act, US EPA, when issuing those permits, cannot issue what the Supreme Court called end result requirements, what a lot of us are accustomed to hearing as receiving water limitations, where your compliance is determined by the state of the receiving water. The receiving water can't contain floatables and solids that impair beneficial uses. The court said that kind of general requirement that was conditioned on what's going on in the receiving water violated the Clean Water Act and deprived the city of the permit shield provisions of the Clean Water Act because they could work really hard and yet still be subject to an enforcement action. We can debate the merits of where the Supreme Court landed, but they did. And so now we're left with, where are we going from here? First of all, I want to underscore that the decision was about the Clean Water Act and the Clean Water Act's NPDES discharge permit program. It's not interpreting Porter-Cologne. Porter-Cologne permits, both those that are issued to implement federal law as well as those issued solely as a matter of state law, have included these kind of provisions for decades. There's another point that I want to emphasize about it is the decision is at this point really only limited to US EPA, and it's an open question about the extent to which it applies to state permitting programs, because states there's a savings clause in the Clean Water Act that states can issue any more stringent requirements under state law. Normally I would say it's a foregone conclusion states could come in and under the Federal Clean Water Act still issue because of that savings clause. There's some wrinkles about this case that make me a little bit less confident about that. A third takeaway from it, this concept that the court came up with of end result requirements it's not something that scholars have been debating. EPA's never used the concept. We haven't used the concept. And so there's a lot of lack of clarity about what the true scope of that is. Most permit writers in most states and EPA throughout the nation uses the term receiving water limitations. And it's not entirely clear that all receiving water limitations are end result requirements. And then even more importantly, in all the permits that you all issue, you have a section called receiving water limitations. And we've done our surveys of them, and we can guarantee you that you have things under receiving water limitations that are not end result requirements. Sometimes they're not even receiving water limitations. And then you have things elsewhere in the permit that really are receiving water limitations, but they're under a completely different heading. So it means that there will be an important task for your staff moving forward to kind of disentangle. And we've got documents we've been working on to assist them. The regions have been heavily engaged so that we have a framework for how do you figure out what's an end result requirement. There's a really important facet of the decision that has been debated by the scholars, and we have flagged it up. And I think a lot of the more sophisticated dischargers, and I know the environmental groups are on it. The Clean Water Act has a provision that says your discharge has to comply with any more stringent requirement necessary to implement water quality standards. And a lot of times these receiving water limitations language provisions for compliance with water quality standards were designed to backstop that principle. Very important. Well, the court, so it's a requirement of law that you have to implement water quality standards. The court's answer is, well, what that means is the permit writers need to put in more effluent limitations in the permits. And this is one of those that for some dischargers, not all, but for some dischargers, this may be one of those, be careful what you ask for, because they could end up with additional water quality-based effluent limitations in their permits to ensure that the permit satisfies the core requirements of the Clean Water Act, that they implement water quality standards. So that will be an area where you'll see a lot of push by environmental groups. We have already developed, with the help of the regions, directions of what is the stepwise process they should go through to figure out, do they have sufficient effluent limitations, and what kind of finding do they need to make in order to ensure that they're satisfying their Clean Water Act requirement. And then there's a final open issue, which is, this decision doesn't apply at all to permits issued pursuant to Porter-Cologne and that are outside of the scope of the Clean Water Act. There's no question about that. And so, does it encourage folks to take a step back and think about, do we want to use state law in new ways within the scope of where the Clean Water Act was regulating? We've had some good conversations with the EOs, and I'll leave it there since this is a public meeting. But I wanted to give you that quick takeaway from the decision. It's one of those that, unlike some other decisions from the Clean Water Act or from the U.S. Supreme Court lately, it's important. It's monumentally disruptive, but from the long-term perspective, from a water quality perspective, it's not something that's insurmountable. It's probably not going to result in any kind of meaningful long-term change in water quality. It's just going to require work as people retool. And in fact, we might end up with some more stringent both more stringent permits, but also permits that are clearer. And that, has a yin and a yang for our regulated community. So that's why I wanted to leave that on City and County of San Francisco. Don't know if Stephanie or Jennifer wanted to add anything. I can also let Emil add anything if she wants. Yeah, Bill.
Use the microphone to help folks online. Sorry, Bill.
Bill Kissinger from Region 2. So what's happening with the state court litigation that was stayed?
Yeah, I haven't received an update. I think there's been some jockeying to figure out at what point to go ahead and proceed. And there are some internal conversations on that really I can't share at this point in time, but it's not at this point moving forward. Any questions about that decision? Yes, David.
So real quick. So then the Supreme Court decision isn't that you cannot have end result values. It's that you cannot have those values where they're stated in a nebulous, for want of a better word, way, that there has to be specificity. And if you have that specificity, then you're okay. Am I right?
I put one finer point on it. I mean, part of it was the nebulousness, but it was because it was being determined by what's going on in the receiving water. And so there are ways that you can be precise in your language and protect what's going on in receiving water. And it's not just, by describing a control measure or describing a specific numeric effluent limitation. There are ways that you can create a feedback loop between what's happening in the water and what you actually require the discharger to do. It's just you can't have an open-ended, you're in violation of your permit if the water is doing X, or there's floatables, and people all know what floatables are in the context of this particular case, I hope. So.
Okay.
All right. And then the last thing, so I can get you all off to dinner. I just wanted to take a couple moments to talk about some of the dynamic playing out with the new federal administration. Some of us were here before when we had the Trump administration at the federal level. And I think there was a lot of concern at that point in time, and we saw a lot of action in certain areas of the Clean Water Act, especially we saw the whipsawing and what is the scope of a water of the United States that's subject to protection under the federal act. And this go around, we were thinking and we were prepared about, and we're fortunate in California, we have the Porter-Cologne Act, so we can protect our waters and, assert our state values where we need to. A lot of states really are coterminous in terms of their regulatory authority with what the scope of the Clean Water Act is. But, so we were prepared for action in that space, and it was going to be different and more challenging because in the intervening years during the Biden administration, there was the U.S. Supreme Court decision involving Sackett, which further narrowed the scope of the Federal Clean Water Act and narrowed the space in which U.S. EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers could even act in a way that could be solved from a regulatory perspective. What I think has been a little bit of a surprise, and I just want folks in the regions, because it may not be hitting you in quite the same way, is just how aggressive some of those early actions that the Trump administration took were with respect to our financial assistance programs. There was a lot of popular press coverage about how grants were funded.
Here you are. I think your battery went dead.
All of them went dead. Okay. Well, that was pointed. The extent to a message from the federal government. The extent to which the federal government moved in quickly on the grants really jeopardized a tremendous amount of bread and butter work that goes on at the State Water Board to finance wastewater, recycled water, drinking water, community access projects around the state. And that was sort of an opening salvo. The courts have slowed that down and it's been a little bit more measured, but it was literally $1.5 billion of water board funds that essentially go back to each of the regions for construction projects for wastewater and drinking water. And, we expect that effort to come back. We are continuing to engage as best we can with our federal partners at US EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers. But I just wanted to emphasize to everybody that what you're reading in the papers, we are living and seeing it at the water board. We've been very fortunate that we have dedicated staff. A lot of our, you don't expect your accountants to be spending 24/7 over the first 2 or 3 weeks as they're trying to generate and access on a regular basis, the accounts that we have access to see if they've been swept or locked, or whether they've been locked in contravention of a court order saying they had to be left open. And we don't know how things will shape up moving forward. We're going to continue to have as productive a relationship as we can with EPA and with the federal government. We still have common missions in a lot of areas. We may have different visions about how some of them get implemented. We're not going to give up our core values, and we're not going to censor ourselves. There's been a lot of concern that the boards would back away from their equity initiatives and environmental justice. And environmental justice is entirely compliant with federal civil rights laws. There are arguments that they may not be compelled, environmental justice may not be compelled by them, but taking action to protect the most vulnerable people who've borne body burdens because they're being exposed to pollutants from either waste discharges, landfill facilities, air emissions, and taking that into account in our regulatory programs is not something we'll back away from. And we've got the full support of the Office of Chief Counsel, the Executive Office, the Governor's Office to make sure that we continue to protect our values where appropriate. But that, we're not going to look for fights on things. We will work productively with the federal government when they're there. And if you are concerned about how issues are impacting our programs, don't hesitate to reach out to me. So I'll just leave it at that. And it's late. I'll take any questions. I'll be around for a while if anyone wants to talk, and I'll obviously be here first thing in the morning again.
Huge thanks to Michael and OCC. No shortage of issues, and just also incredibly appreciative of the continued leadership and work. Just thank you, thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to work on these issues, and I know a lot of other states, as I said earlier, are actually looking to us on a number of these fights. So it's really appreciated. All right, it is. We are at the end of our day. Just a couple of notes. One, tomorrow morning we start at 9:30. Please feel free to come in anytime after 9. There'll be refreshments and coffee and pastries again tomorrow morning. And then I think that's actually the only real announcement I have for you. Just a reminder again tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you all for your visitor badges. I think you can drop them off on the way out because I think they have different color each day. Tomorrow you might have to get another. Apologize for that. Thank you all. It has been a great day, a very productive day, a great discussion. Thank you all. Really appreciative. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Thank you. We'll see you at 9:30.